wings of...
What? Cheap seat critics? Justice? Selfishness?
Those all kind of work out. Hey, everybody. Welcome to this episode of the Cheap Seat Critics Podcast, Season 20. I can't believe it. Episode 1 of that, but like overall episode, it's a whole deal.
We also
this is
cannot believe
something
we made it this far.
100 plus.
It's a lot.
Today we're covering Kung Fu Panda 3, the third in this franchise. With me today we have...
Hello, everybody. I'm one of your hosts, Kiki Ryder.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks. And hey, if you're listening to the podcast in the spirit realm, you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. We got a LetterBoxd if you're interested in like the average out graphs of numbers we do there. And I know audio podcasts, but if you prefer English, if you prefer the visual side of things, we have a YouTube and Rumble as well. So, Kung Fu Panda 3, a movie where we got around to it because we've covered the first two already. So we've gotten to this third one here, fourth one in the future somewhere. Let us begin with histories before facts. Let's start with Crimson. All
right. Copy paste whatever I said in the other ones, and then add that I haven't seen this one. I haven't played the video games. I've seen the first two. I have not seen this one. I have not seen the fourth one. I've seen it once for the podcast. And I guess my feelings towards the trailer when that came out was not one of excitement, but one of fear. There you go.
Okie dokie. Ryder, you're up.
So I've seen this movie only once. I've seen the other two a fair amount of times, but I do have an interesting story for this one. I ended up watching this movie on an airplane on my way back from Europe. So I was on a 17-hour flight when I first saw the film. I haven't seen it since, and like Crimson, my feelings towards the trailer were that of trepidation rather than excitement. And I also played at least the first game.
Okay. I guess me next. I've seen the first movie, second movie, third one I've seen once for the pod. I've never seen it before. The trailer I've seen before, and I just went very mid. Just it's another DreamWorks movie trailer. I've played the first game on PS2. I've played the arcade game where you gotta like punch the bongos or whatever with Poe. That's about it. Anywho, I got a couple facts here. The initial release date of this film was January 29th, 2016. It's a runtime of 1 hour and 35 minutes. It had a budget of 145 million USD, with a box office of 521.1 million USD. But however, 143.5 million, comparatively to the budget of 145, came from US and Canada alone. Okay. So it would not have hit its budget without international.
Domestic's usually a lot lower than international, typically.
Yeah. It's rated PG, and its genre classifies as action, adventure, comedy, and martial arts. I've learned that martial arts is its own set genre, looking into this movie. It is directed by two directors, first one being Jennifer Yu Nelson, hopefully I pronounced that correctly, who's done work such as Kung Fu Panda 2, the Sword Art Online Hollow Fragment video game, and supervising director on 13 episodes of Love, Death, and Robots, being Season 2, Episodes 1 through 4, and Season 3, Episodes 1 through 9. The second director is Alessandro Carloni, who co-directed The Shark and the Piano, the Kung Fu Panda Panda Paws short, and set to direct the 2026 Cat in the Hat film.
The what now?
The set to direct the 2026 slated Cat in the Hat film.
Those words just came out of your mouth, huh? Just drop that on us? I had no idea.
Well,
Oh,
you do
dear.
now, and so does the audience, or maybe they already knew.
Oh
And then I
my
have a couple fun
gosh.
facts. First fun fact should be a real shocker here. This is the lowest grossing film in the Kung Fu Panda franchise.
What?
Is this including 4?
No.
I believe this is also included for.
Okay.
I'd be curious to see if it adjusted for inflation, if this was still the lowest or 4 was lower.
That I don't know of. I don't know the time this fact was written. However, these facts are taken off the internet, so take them with a grain of salt, depending on how true or false they may be. Second fact here, fun fact. In order to get a feel on how pandas live, the filmmakers went directly to China's biggest panda preserve. While they were there, the filmmakers noted that pandas ruled to get to places and incorporated that into this movie.
Neat.
Third one, the zombies were animated to skip some frames throughout their movement to be direct contrast to the living masters who are more fluid in movements.
Yeah, I did notice that with Shifu. When he first popped up, him running at Poe seemed pretty fluid to me.
Second to last year, this movie was originally scheduled to be released on December 23rd, 2015, but the studio delayed its release to avoid direct competition with Star Wars The Force Awakens.
Probably a good decision.
Yeah.
'Cause
Probably.
Force Awakens made a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
This was released in January, right? As a result.
This was released in, January.
Known for being a really good movie month, typically.
And lastly, this is the first film that any major American animated feature has been co-produced with a Chinese firm, where 1/3 of the movie was made in China and the rest was made in the United States.
Interesting. Did it talk about how that was distributed?
Did not, or not that I looked more into on.
Okay.
Interesting. All right.
Anyhow, those are the facts that I have.
Okay.
Today's structure is going to be linear popcorn. We did dabble with the idea, or I dabbled with the idea of something new, but ultimately shelved that. Might come up in the future. So we'll go from the beginning to the end, and let's start with Crimson.
All right. I'll jump a little bit. Not the very beginning, slight beginning. Oogway mastering inner peace. Something he should have already done long ago. Shifu has done it. Poe has done it. Why is Oogway just now mastering inner peace? I'd like to know this.
Is he just mastering it? I thought the
Yeah.
implication was he was just doing it. Like he was already there.
In the spirit realm?
Yeah.
Yeah, in Spirit Realm.
It says he.
Wizard.
I don't. If that's true, he's just learning it. That's a fucking problem.
I agree. I didn't interpret it that way.
It looked like he was struggling with it, and he seemed happy once he achieved it, and then annoyed once Kai popped up.
I just
So that
assumed it
does
was
seem like he was practicing it and not actually
He's
something
an old
he's
fart.
fluent with. That's a lame excuse for Oogway.
No, you say struggling. I'm like, he's just shaky.
Not physically struggling. You can see it, the expression on his face that this is not something that comes easy to him.
All right. That's I don't. I guess I can see that interpretation. I didn't read it that way. I just read it as he was just trying to meditate.
Okay, I guess.
Um,
Agree to disagree on that one. I suppose nothing on that.
Yeah, like I said, I don't have any. Like I said, if what you say is true and it is he's struggling to master, I have a major issue with that.
Yeah, he's over 500 years old and he doesn't know how.
Well, yeah, that's why I brought it up as my opener there, because I thought that was ridiculous.
I mean, for me, the implication was implied that he passed away and turned into the spirit realm because he had already mastered inner peace and to a degree. So,
I mean, he passed away pretty damn peacefully in the first movie.
Well, passing away peacefully and achieving inner peace are probably two different things.
yeah. All right. I guess.
Well,
I mean that's
Crimson. What's your definition of him getting to accomplishing inner peace?
I mean, it comes down to what the heck is inner peace in the world of Kung Fu Panda. Like, uh, balancing and knowing oneself, I think, is what that kind of is based off of the second movie. But in this, we learn Poe doesn't know himself still, even though that was the whole point of the first movie and achieving inner peace. So I really don't even know what the heck inner peace is anymore, because it doesn't seem to have anything.
I agree with that for sure. That's one of my bigger issues going to this film. Now it just feels like we're retreading ground. At
Yeah,
least
inner peace
thematically
was
for Poe.
finding oneself, which is what Poe achieved, but no longer. He needs to find the panda self within him and what it means to be the dragon warrior.
In theory, that's what they're going for. Yes.
What was your initial question, Springs? I kind of got lost in that with
My
what I
question
was
was
saying.
like, what is the visual aid, or because you didn't say it was physical, what was the inclination to you that it wasn't achieved from Uguay?
Well, he probably doesn't have to say inner peace either. I guess we want to go with this mastering techniques. He's just saying it. Inner peace, inner peace. Doesn't sound like the words of a master.
Okay. So by him audibly speaking it out to you is him trying to stay into a sense of inner peace, and that's not a master level that Chifu and Poe have achieved. Or that they have achieved that, as you're saying, Uguay doesn't appear to be.
It does invoke, I'll say this, it does invoke the memory of the first film, where Shifu is like trying to meditate to himself inner peace before the duck comes and interrupts him, or the bird, because Tai Lung escaped. So there's a scene in that film where he is like muttering it to himself because he's trying to find it and he's failing at it. It does invoke that a little bit, but maybe I gave the film too much credit and just assuming that Uguay already knew inner peace. So
yeah, I mean, I would like to think he would, but this opening, I don't know anymore. Because I always thought him fading in petals was like achieving inner peace and stuff, but this kind of, to me, puts that in conflict with itself.
I mean, Uguay just existing puts a lot of things in conflict now in the spirit realm. So yeah, all right. I can see the problem. I'll add it to the list of inconsistencies because I think as far as the grand scale is concerned, I don't know if that's character breaking, but it's certainly character damaging, much like everything else is. So,
admittedly, it's blurry. It's not a clear cut obvious thing. So yeah.
Which in this case helps the film, the fact that it's not clear cut and obvious. Because I agree with your overall point though of them not knowing what inner peace meant from the previous film, or not explaining it well enough to the audience.
Huh. Well, Crimson, with your point, I'm on a agree to disagree situation.
Okay. I'm not going to fight back on it because I do see it as a gray up to interpretation thing.
Like I said, I lean more towards that it's a meditating thing, but I totally understand. Like if that's true what you said, it's a fucking problem. I just can't tell from having seen the film which one it is.
Gotcha. All right, let's go with a writer for our next point.
I'll just go right to the next moment where Kai interrupts him. I do look into something that I do like, which is a kind of like Uguay's kind of nonchalance about seeing Kai again. I appreciate as well the symbol that he writes with magic glowing stick in the air means chi in the Chinese script. And the thing I don't like about it is I have no idea what's at stake while I watch this battle. So it just felt like a visual spectacle.
Yeah,
I guess so. We don't have an explanation of where people go if they pass in the spirit realm.
Yeah, I mean the presumption is that Uguay's dead because we saw him die, but here he is fighting somebody in the afterlife. So I think it's a very confusing world building thing to add into your film, in the sense of like I don't know what the stakes are during the fight.
Interesting. It opened up the question to me if him passing in first film was with the use of petals, and I didn't. It opened the possibility to me that he possibly just sent himself there, and it wasn't actually a death.
Could be both, but if he sent himself intentionally knowing that Tai Lung was approaching, he left the village to fend for itself on the hope that his vision of Po would save the day instead of him actually being there to help. So I think that would actually damage him if he intentionally just left the situation.
I don't know.
I think he did, unfortunately, unintentionally, because this ties into one of my issues is that he could just go back.
He could. Yeah.
Thanks to what happens at the end of the
If he
movie.
has enough chi.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you think he has enough chi on his own without the need of anything else to send himself back?
There's no. Well, see, that doesn't really factor into what I'm saying. Is that the gang could just all bring him back? Like, there's nothing keeping him there. It's like, oh, I live here now. Like, that's not an excuse. They could just bring back you, the greatest kung fu master in all of China or whatever.
Yeah,
How?
Oh, the same way they brought Po back.
I see.
True. They could all just huddle their chi and
They could all just
pull
huddle their chi
whoever
and
they
fill
want out.
Uguay in, or Po could cross over again and just drag him back. I don't, because as soon as it's, like I said, he's, thanks to this movie, death means nothing in this universe.
Except for Kai. Kai is like perma dead now because
Oh yeah,
not only his physical form is dead,
he
his
had to
spirit
die.
is now dead.
He died again in the afterlife. Some the fuck how.
Yeah, his spirit is now dead. So I guess he's just gone.
Don't know where that is.
Yeah. But Sprinks, for your more like his own chi levels, Kai did say he needed to collect every other master's chi to even approach Uguay.
Well, you needed 7.
The
You
numbers on his
7
belt are
masters.
inconsistent. They are not consistent at all. I kept watching his belt. They are not consistent with how many masters he has. I also wrote down the 7, and that doesn't even make sense either because he said he collected all the masters in the spirit realm. There's only been 7 masters the entire history that have made it to the spirit realm. No is the answer to that because that's stupid. And especially the masters we see, they kind of suck.
That I can agree with.
Every kung fu master was turned into a fucking idiot in this film, which was kind of annoying.
Master Chicken was assassinated before they could even be anything yet.
Right?
Yeah, I can lean more of an agreement on that.
They're introduced. They don't even come with a strategy. They just charge right in. That's like the opposite of every kung fu master we've seen this far. It's very.
They're zombies.
No, I'm talking before then. Before they get changed.
Zombies. Writer's talking about the boat.
Talking when they arrive all of the boat as a group.
One at a time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just going in and dying.
Yeah, exactly. One at a time going in and dying. And I think they're trying to tell us Mantis is just being funny when he dies, but it's still kind of, they're all worthless. They're worthless.
Oh, we'll get there.
Yeah, Crimson, I'm not in agreement with you about how many masters are needed of like G to escape Spirit
Realm. Elaborate, I guess.
Well, I saw it as once he had Uguay for the 7, he then had the power to escape. So he only needed 7. Uguay being 500 plus years old, because even at 500 prior when he was fighting with Kai, he still seemed pretty old, and I didn't know if that meant because Uguay is the only one we know of like passing as a master, and I don't know if not necessarily immortal, but like can live for long. But I also didn't know if that's just onto the animal itself, like he's a tortoise and can just live a longer life than other animals because don't exactly see other masters age.
I don't think he's old when he's fighting alongside Kai. I legitimately think it's an art style mistake because he refers to himself as young.
Well, yeah, he's 500 years younger.
Yeah, no, he says.
But I don't know what age he is at that point.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
I just know time has passed or the story of it, but I don't know how old anyone is. So when there's only 7 past masters in the spirit realm to our knowledge that Kai has said he's gone all, I'm kind of with, okay, either they're incredibly ancient or they died by other means because it shows that they're just stupid, or the other masters in the film. And I don't know when a depiction of any time of like when Kung Fu mastery started.
So we know that there are a lot of masters, especially in present day Japan. You can see by all the arrows at the Jade Temple that
China.
they're plentiful,
Yeah,
which
China.
would be enough to assume throughout all of history there would be a lot that would have also died. They're not all going to be 500 years old. And even if they are, some would have to die. Look at all the armor and gadgets in the temple of past masters.
True.
Master Rhinos,
But I
gold
don't know if
armor.
they're
Master
dead.
Dolphins. Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Coming from the 2nd
I'm not
movie,
going to
these
assume
masters...
everything is immortal. I'm not going to assume that.
No.
That everything lasts forever in all of history. To assume only 6 masters in the history of Japan have died. Or China, whatever.
It's China.
Sorry.
Yeah,
So
I just
I'm not going
coming
to
off
think
the
that.
2nd movie that 3 masters locked themselves in a jail cell.
Master
just kinda
Ox
gave up.
died in the 2nd one.
Yeah, but the other masters just gave up. And I went, well, what if they just retire or like come across a challenge and they're just like, oh, I'm done.
Ox died.
Rhino, actually.
Yeah.
Died, but Ox.
Rhino.
It was Rhino. It was the flying
Sorry.
Rhino. But
Man, I'm getting all over the place. Whatever.
yeah,
died.
he's one of the 6.
It means that they can die. Assuming 6 have died in history is absurd.
And well, yeah, that wouldn't line up. But I was gonna say at the 500 point, but then Kai wouldn't be the first one present, so could be one prior. Also, how long it takes for the spirit realm like to traverse and everything, because Oogway passed in the first one, and it's till the beginning of this one that Kai finds Oogway.
Nope. He didn't find Oogway. He had to build up the chi to defeat Oogway, which I think was a good fix.
Oh,
Poe
okay.
got there immediately after dying, or sending himself, whichever way you want to look at it. So there you go.
Wait, no.
It's instant going to the.
No, it's instant going. I mean, finding in the spirit realm. I don't know how big the spirit realm is to track someone down.
That's true. We just
That's what
know
I'm going
that
with. I meant
he
from
said
the time of Oogway in the first one
build up.
till this 3rd start of the movie. How long it's been of Kai like searching for Oogway in the realm.
Yeah, we don't know how long he's been searching. He could have found him a long time ago and was, like I said, just building up the power required to defeat him, which is what he said he was doing. Building
I'm
up the
more
chi to
on the
fight him.
side.
So.
I am more for the believability side that when Kai says he's found them all, he's only found a certain amount that he needs.
I don't know, because he got all the ones in the mortal realm too. It seems like when he's talking in absolutes that he is someone that means it.
I don't know. It's a lot up in the air of no like, at least to me, no like defined cemented line of this is this and that's that kind of thing.
Well, the line is I captured all the masters in the realm. that would be the line.
If that's the exact line, then yeah. Anywho,
yeah.
Let's see. I'll go with a point. I noticed timestamp 3 minutes 58 seconds roughly after the title pop of Kung Fu Panda 3, where Poe like going down the mountain. Poe falls forward in kind of like the Superman hand pose, but the same frame lines up from the 2nd movie where Poe and Fierce 5 are like joining, like falling down to the village, except in this sequence it's just Poe on his own, and I took that as like a hint of like him being alone for this movie.
Funny.
Well, I saw the reference. I don't see the symbology behind it personally.
The only thing I took from it, I didn't take any symbology from it. The thing I took from it is he doesn't need help to land anymore. Because we see the 5 in the 2nd film have to help him still land and traverse from place to place. He doesn't need their help to do that anymore. He can do that himself, which I took as a nice little teensy bit of character growth.
Yeah, but he still fails. Not with this one, but when the Jade attack, the zombies, he lands on the roof and crashes.
Yeah. Poe's incredibly inconsistent and so many facets.
This film introduces so many character issues for Poe, like, and not in a good way.
just this part of them jumping from the palace to the village to go for food. I was like, okay, Poe can do all this, but gets tired walking upstairs. Tell me how that makes any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, once fallen.
This is far more. There was more than just falling. There's jumping around. There's running on stuff. It's not just a jump.
It's pretty.
This is far more exertive than walking upstairs. And I know there's examples you could probably point to in the second movie of him being quite nimble. But this opening of them just jumping, I thought it was a dream until it wasn't.
No, a good example was the second one where he throws the hat at Shen in the water village. And he's like running on the rooftops and all that before the Shifu arrives for the fight.
Yeah, but he was clunky on that, which is in line. But this, very proficient, very professional, very not Poe. Because you're right, that the Jade Palace fumble, that's Poe.
Yeah. And like I said, if they were consistent with it, like he was good enough now that he doesn't fumble as much as something like that, I would be more okay with this as an opening. The problem is they don't really stick to it.
No, it would actually kind of help if they stuck to it and then developed the art of laziness from his father.
Yeah, revert him
back to kind of like the first film look.
Oh yeah, that would be something. Oh, I had an idea, but it's gone. No.
That's not great. Maybe we'll think.
Did anyone feel Oogway's voice was a bit off? I had to look up if it was the same actor, because Oogway, not that his voice sounded different, but the way he talked sounded different. He didn't sound like an old man like he was before. He seemed to have life. I don't know.
There's that kind of something that I feel a lot about this film, because another thing that bothered me about the film, kind of a little bit into that, everything just kind of felt a little bit off. Like there's repeated animations, there's things that are appearing and disappearing, and it felt like a very unpolished movie.
Crimson, I'd say no. Didn't fully catch that. But I can believe that in the spirit realm, he feels more youthful.
Oogway's voice sounded okay. I agree it didn't sound like the exact same or quite right, but I don't think it was enough to kind of pull me out of the film. It was just something I noted down as an observation, so I think you're right, but I don't know.
I never pick up voice acting stuff. It never really comes off as an issue unless it's blatant. So I had to pause to look it up. It just seemed blatant.
What did you find?
It's the same guy.
Which is irony, because he would be older for recording this movie.
Yep.
Ironing.
He said irony.
Irony.
Oh, irony.
The voice actor's older, like, but his voice sounds younger. Okay. I don't know. It slightly bothered me a little when Poe's going down the mountain here from the Jade Palace, and he jumps up in the clouds, and there's a depiction of a rhino in the clouds, and he beheads it.
Yeah.
It's odd to me that they chose to go with a rhino, because the rhinos we've known have been good guys.
Oh, something I forgot to say about my history, because it is in the other ones. I've seen the TV show, or the first one, because I know they've made a couple. And I think the show is canon. I'm not 100%. I haven't fact checked that. But there are bad guy rhinos in the show. So I that is my defense. I also think it's a weird choice. Could have been a peacock.
Do you know if the show takes place before or after?
Oh, the show came out before this movie, so I would imagine.
Oh, okay.
In the timeline, it would be before this.
Yeah, it's weird that they did the rhino. Like I said, I would have been. It could have been any animal, I guess, because it really doesn't bother me, because anyone could be evil or whatever. It's just the rhino is an interesting choice, because I guess they could be perceived as too evil thanks to the first film. They're not portrayed in a good light, even though they're keeping Tai Lung in prison.
I guess with the first one, but then you also have Flying Rhino, and then I think Flying Rhino is the same guy in the second movie with the big hammer.
I don't know. I've actually been meaning to look into that. I actually don't know if they're the same character.
But
They
then
have
that's
a different.
possibly 2 or 3 rhino depictions that have all been good.
Yeah.
Well, then you got the suit of armor depicting.
Yeah, the flying
Yeah,
rhino
right.
is a good
Oh,
one.
never mind. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, yeah, I
I
agree.
just don't know
It's
why
a
they
weird
chose Cloud
choice.
to be a rhino.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because I'm like, I'm fine if it's kind of like what if it was like, Shifu? Think Poe would still decapitate?
I mean, there's probably bad red pandas out there. I think it could be any animal. I think it is just. I agree. It's odd that they chose a rhino.
I would have preferred it be an animal that they've, or at least in the case of like Tai Lung or Shen, pick a villainous looking one to show that
Be a
the one
leopard, a
that's been established as
peacock,
a baddie.
one of the wolves,
Yeah.
maybe a gorilla.
Oh, one of the or something new.
Yeah,
that could work.
so
That
I
way,
don't have an
to a
objective
child
issue.
audience to go, oh,
It's
it
not
looks
an
like that in
objective
the
issue,
cloud.
but it is an interesting choice they made, I suppose.
I would like to know, the reason.
Yeah, unless it's just symbolized like, hey, flying rhino, he's dead.
He's up in the sky now. He's
Yeah.
flying.
All
Who knows?
right.
Maybe that is what they're going for.
Yeah, is it weird that Poe doesn't know that they're orders for his dad's noodle shop at this point
No.
with being friends with them for so long or for however long
That
it's been? I
I
don't have much of an issue, but it just I thought
I
I
don't
should
have
ask the
much of an
question.
issue because I'm sure it changes.
Well, Tigress didn't.
Yeah, at least that one's implied by Monkey that she not changes, because Monkey's like, of course,
Because Monkey knew. Monkey knew what she was ordering. And Poe, pretty close to Tigress. Probably the closest out of any of them. So
Tigress is.
I think that's
is his best
good
friend.
point, Ryder. I think Poe would know,
Yeah.
especially after all this time, and he's into food. They've undoubtedly gone there more than this one time.
It's definitely
So-
it's a minor character nick for me, but it wasn't like destroying everything. It's there for humor because they look like they're about to run off to battle, and then here they are pausing to eat.
And we talked about in either the first or second, I don't recall, probably the first one, how limited the menu is at Ping's.
Mhm.
So I agree. I think Poe would know.
All right.
50-50.
Like I said, it's a small character nick for me, but it's not like it doesn't destroy everything yet.
Yeah. I guess on the flip side of that, I have a small plus. It's not huge, but when Poe was running by all the rabbits with the high fives, and one of their hands catches on fire, I went, "Oh, cool! It's his fire hand thing from the previous movie," and they kept, cool. It wasn't just completely ignored.
Can you elaborate fire thing more? Or are you just saying the visual of his hand being on fire?
Like when he has the fire like hand movements he does.
That's because he had a fire.
He's being shot with cannonballs, but
yeah,
when the cannonballs aren't in his hand, he's still like flowing with the fire on his hands.
His hand's on fire. He's not controlling the fire.
Yeah. He
Right,
freaks
put
out.
his
but
hand
he
in the
put it
water.
out. No, he doesn't.
His hand's on fire.
Well, yeah, first instance.
No, he doesn't put his hand in the water. Remember, we had an issue with that.
Well, in his mouth. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, my mind went to the logical route.
Yeah, I know. I agree. It's there for the visual of it to kind of reference the second film. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a movement that he has to do or a skill. If that's what you're implying, Springs.
I don't know. I don't really. We never see him like conjure just fire. I just saw it as like a fire hand thing to connect to the previous movie, and it wasn't like just ignored. And I'm like, oh, that's cool.
Okay, yeah.
Nice little.
Okay, you're saying it's a visual reference. That's what you're going with. Okay, all right. I got it. I thought you were saying he has a fire power. Like,
no, Poe can't conjure fire. He's not Human Torch. He can't.
Okay.
So one might say there might be a little too many visual references in this film as we keep going.
There's a lot of references.
There's a lot, and actually, it gets.
Oh, like reusing scenes from the previous movies?
Yeah,
that's a big one.
Yeah,
that's flashbacks. I think are okay.
No, the flashbacks are fine. My issues are like actually, this is good. Well, this is not jumping too far ahead, but I do want to talk about the start of it. Tigress is hurt the same way every single time she's hurt. She's grabbing her arm like her arm is
Grabbing her
broken.
arm.
Yeah. Or
Oh,
she, and her
It's like,
fur
it's
is
like a video game animation.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm hurt.
yeah. And she's obviously her fur is like ruffled the same way every single time as well. Like she looks the same way at the after her fight with Kai, the same way she looked after her fight with Tai Lung. Which is fine, she lost both fights, but it's the exact same look outside of the shirt or whatever, the new clothes. So for me, like, there was a lot of animation repeating as far as I was concerned in this. Kind of went beyond the visual references.
Budget saving.
Yeah,
Don't have to create a whole new walk cycle.
that's true. But
I mean, this had a 140 whatever mil budget. That's
145.
a lot for a 3D animation. That's not a low end.
actually, out of
No.
curiosity, do you factor that into your objective, Springs? As a negative.
How much money the movie is?
No. The repeated animations, time cut saving stuff.
Oh, for objectivity and animation, yeah.
Okay. I guess I have a question for you. Come recap if I remember.
Write it down. Write it
Um,
down. I'll jump a little bit backwards. It's popcorn. Back to Kai's introduction. Because I've been mostly negative thus far, I'll throw out a positive. I think Kai's introduction was a good menacing presence for him as a villain. And it sets up that there's some personal tie, which is good for a villain. Because I think Tai Lung's strong because of his connection with Shifu and the betrayal. I think Shen's good with his tie with Poe's history, but not directly with Poe. So I think it's good setting up that this character does have some grounded motivation. You could say his seeking for chi. What's his motivation for that, which we'll get to later. But I think his intro was good, establishing his presence.
J.K. Simmons voices him wonderfully. I'll say that. I do like the setup for it. One of my issues, though, is unlike with Tai Lung and Shen, Kai is constantly undercut by a joke.
Well, that was going to be a talking point I'd have towards the end.
We'll say that for later then. We'll tackle it at the end.
Yeah,
I mean, if you want to bring it
into,
up.
I think my biggest gripe of this film.
Yeah, so we can hold on to
They
it.
can't breathe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can definitely hold on to it then for a bit. I'm down to do that. Let's see. I like the quick establishing of history at the beginning. For me, a lot of what detracted from his introduction is the fact that I didn't understand the stakes of what was going on. Like, as a first time viewer, you don't understand. Even rewatching it, it's still a very, very it's the visual spectacle to pull you in, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand the stakes thing. The thing I think that weakens it for me is that he didn't feel super strong because Oogway gave up. He didn't really fight.
We didn't really put up a fight. That's what bothered me too.
So it kind of undercut his power level by not showing this big fight he was building up, fighting masters to fight Oogway, and Oogway's like, "Oh, just take me. I have a plan with Poe. I've set him up. I've put him on this path."
Yeah.
Which I thought let's just shoehorn that in real quick.
Man, I can't wait to see Kai bust out that move at the beginning of every fight because he obviously ends every fight. Man, it'll be really weird if he doesn't fucking do that.
I don't think I fully agree with your statement, Ryder.
Evidence?
Well, this was my first viewing, and he took out Oogway. So I'm like, oh, he's a big bad.
Okay. You agree. You don't. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with that. It was the other one that I was questioning about. I understand he's a bad guy. That's not what my issue was with the scene.
No, you're just saying you didn't have a ton of info on how dire the situation of like Kai leaving the spirit realm, or
Yeah,
what that could entail.
the problem is they fail to, even once that happens, they fail to support it because his threat is constantly to be undermined.
Okay.
Mind you, I am fine
I think
opening your scene with a fight. I just
okay, yeah. I think what you're explaining, we're in agreement on.
yeah. The
Yeah, it plays into my biggest problem with the movie.
yeah. So this scene would retroactively work if they managed to keep supporting Kai as a menacing villain, which they failed to do. That's kind of my biggest issue with it in retrospect. When you're a first time viewer, you don't really understand the stakes other than that Kai is evil. He wants new Uguay, which is very basic information, but they don't really play on that at all outside of the joke that we're going to be getting constantly about how no one knows who he is. The other facet to this was
Hella.
what?
What was
What?
that, Crimson? That was
Hella.
inaudible. Oh,
Hella. I was doing a fake cough saying hella.
Yeah,
Kind of the same thing with Odin, and no one remembers me. Oh.
Yeah.
Continue. Sorry.
One of the bigger issues with that film. The other one, the other part of it that I've actually fucking lost it. There was another part that I was going to bring up. I know I said it, so I'm just not going to repeat it, but it's there.
Okay. The joke played of no one knowing Kai, I like to a point. Like when he comes and the farmers don't know who he is, I thought that was fine. That was fine.
That makes sense.
I agree. I'm fine with farmers not knowing this 500-year-old general. Yeah, that's good. But the Furious Five, Poe didn't know who this guy was.
Supposed like kung fu nerd. Yeah.
Again, I was completely fine with that to a point.
Was that the point where it broke?
The point where it broke, the biggest problem for me in this movie, is that jaded scroll existing. That there is documentation on who Kai is. To me, it would have played so well if there's no documentation on Kai and Oogway completely erased it. Because there's a line stated about, I wrote it down in my notes, about memory, that Shifu says, like, don't tarnish, or like, don't damage Oogway's memory by taking down the statue. And Kai responds with, he took away mine. And I went, oh, that would be so cool if Oogway, like, Men in Black wiped everyone's minds on who Kai was when he banished him 500 years ago. And then, like, no one knows of his existence. But because the jaded scroll exists and Shifu knew exactly where to find it, it broke all of that for me.
I mean, he didn't know exactly. I mean, he went to the scroll room.
He went to the scrolls. He climbed up in the scene. We just see scrolls on the ground, which I just went, the Furious 5 did that, because Shifu just climbs up, looks around, and pulls it out. And I went, oh, he knew where it was, or where to look for it.
Well, it's high up, out of reach of most people. You would probably start from the bottom up, and I'm sure Shifu's read all the scrolls at the bottom. So Shifu, I'm not opposed to Oogway keeping one keepsake of his brother in arms, his best friend, the man who saved his life. I have no problem with Oogway having one sentimental connection to him being that scroll. In fact, I would think it would be anti-Oogway to just wipe someone from existence. I would see that as quite petty of him, which is not a trait I think he has.
If he kept a scroll of documentation, then it should have been well more hidden. And not commonly found by anyone in the Jade Temple.
Why? Why does Oogway need to even hide the scroll?
Because then it should be that Poe knows who he is, Shifu knows who he is, the Furious 5 should know who he is, everyone in the land should know who he is because of 500 years passing. He should be known like all these other big names that Poe knows of. And the whole joke of the name would not play at all of people not knowing who he is. So for a first viewing for me, up to a point until that scroll was released, I went, this is a cool concept of knowing who this big bad is. And then I went, oh, that's dumb, because Poe knows all this knowledge before he became a dragon warrior, and then he has access to the Jade Temple. I feel like in his spare time he would have read all those scrolls with food in his mouth. oh, Shifu would have known this and probably just hit it of like, oh, he has this power of, the chi building, and Uguay, always hinted at something like this whole storyline of something that could have been that was not present. And it was just, 500 years ago they fought, and, the chi difference of give and take, and that was that.
You don't know what this room is either. This could be the master's room. This could not be public access. This could only be maybe access to Uguay, and then once he passed, could only be Shifu's room. We don't know what this room is. It's not a public library. We don't know what it is. If this is Uguay's private room, then he would risk no one finding his scroll because no one's allowed in his room. I guess Shifu now it would be his room.
What made them go look for the scroll?
Because they were trying to find out who this guy was, and they were checking the records they have.
That's weak to me. That a room would be restricted section until a certain point hit. That then it's like, okay, now we got to look because nothing else in the Jade Temple or what we have has anything on it.
Well, I
don't know why there's restricted sections.
Rooms.
Again,
I don't
the first
find it too crazy that there's a master room reserved for the master's eyes only.
But after Uguay's passing, would that not fall onto Shifu?
It would.
So then Shifu would know
he's still learning. I'm not going to assume he's read every single scroll in there. That's going to take a long time. We don't know how long it's been since Uguay's died to this point now. I'm not going to assume Shifu's read it all. He's still learning chi. I'm sure there's some scrolls in there referring to chi, not just that one. So I find it absolutely believable that he has not read every single scroll in that room because we don't know the time frame. And he's still learning stuff.
It would have worked for me better in that instance if it showed a time frame of looking in that room.
I mean,
like day
it's
3,
visual
it's
storytelling
to go in and he finds it.
That it's got stuff on the floor. They've clearly been looking. And if a lot of time is passing, then Kai as a threat would also be diminished by how long it takes him to achieve his goals too.
I guess so, but it also plays into what I brought up with the spirit realm. I don't know where this farm is where he came.
Still in China.
And still in China. But the first film with the prison, we actually kind of narrowed down like how long it took because of day cycles of how far it was. Where Kai is, haven't a clue.
We didn't come up with a definitive.
Well, no, but like an idea of like how long Tylon had to traverse from the prison to the Jade Temple.
It's a very similar issue with this that we'll find out later with Tigress finding the Panda village.
That's a whole other problem.
Yeah.
But yeah, the scroll to me is, again, I mean, kind of what we've done, arguably the worst thing for me in this movie.
It's a MacGuffin that was used for too many things. That's pretty much how I describe the scroll as. Overstayed its welcome, was used for too many different things. Listening to you guys talk back and forth, I guess I have a question now. Why would Uguay want to erase Kai's memory? Or like the memory of Kai from everyone? In general.
Great question. Possibly Kai is the only one with the ability, or the first one with the ability to show that like she can be stolen. And to Uguay, that's imprisonment or enslavement. So rather than that information going out or giving people ideas that they could do themselves, or evil pandas, since they all healed Uguay, that the idea could go to them to just rid it.
See, the only justifiable thing I could think of was the reason he didn't share the story at all is because he's trying to protect the Panda village, and its secrecy, or whatever.
That would work if it didn't fail to be secret.
Yeah, because
I don't. It was secret for 500 years. That's a pretty well kept secret, I think.
Yeah, because my issue is that Kai and Uwe were general. We don't know what they were doing as far as history was concerned, what battles they were part of, whatever was participated in. We just know that their paths diverged. I don't really understand how and why those paths diverged, other than that, like, he realized he could take chi, which I guess would be a starting point. Anyway, but like I never really understood, I guess, My question, I guess, is more about like why would it? They would have to give a justification now as to why Uguay would not want to share Kai's story, because I still Kai obviously lets Tai Lung's story like go go freely throughout the valley. So it's one of those things where I'm not sure if what we have is enough to justify letting Uguay wanting to erase his memory. Because my best faith interpretation is he just let the memory of Kai fade away, not intentionally try to hide Kai, I guess.
That's what I want out of it. But they went to wars. They've fought in battles. There'd be documentation of these events somewhere.
The only parallel to that
And-
would go to the Panda Village losing their chi, of not like they don't even. No one can achieve it,
Yeah, they've lost that to their history somehow.
which ties into Kai. So like both points just faded.
I don't know. That's kind of why I'm asking, because I like I said, best faith interpretation is just Kai. Uguay let his memory fade because I don't know if it's in character for Uguay to erase his memory from everything, or like the memory of him from everything, like destroy all the documents from him except for the one scroll, seemingly.
If it explained a reason, yeah, it would. But I just saw it as like chi doesn't just like take the kung fu ness or whatever out of someone and they're still walking around. It's like, oh yeah, I just can't fight. It literally it captures someone in a form where they're essentially gone.
Yeah,
like they
it's
aren't
a magic
around.
system.
You're made of
Yeah.
chi. Yeah.
Magic.
Yeah, but it's not like just taking like soul sucking something out of someone and they still are present. It's like actual enslavement. So I think like that's why it's cut off. Because if every master's like, oh yeah, we can all do this to get stronger, then it's like a syndrome thing. When everyone has the power, no one does, and everyone's just trapped.
Well, no, if everyone has the power and no one does, kind of the inverse could potentially happen. Everyone knows how to counter it. That doesn't see that to me is like,
But you need a ton to counter it.
yeah, but
You
if
can't
you
do that if everyone's captured.
but if you train your students to defend themselves with it, and you train them from the get go with chi, then theoretically, Kai would never be able to get enough chi.
Yeah,
No,
we have
not
no
just-
idea
well,
the
just for
magic
Kai.
system.
Yeah, again,
Of
this
chi.
is magic system chi is.
We don't know if chi is strictly a numbers game where I have 100 chi, you have 2, I win. We don't know if there's more to it than that, but from what it looks like, it does look like a numbers game. But
Nothing's predicted of a singular person who could do it.
Yeah. It's more of a. Well, again, this would be
Unless
stakes.
one wants to say Poe had enough to exit himself, but
Well, this
was still people in a circle.
This ties also to Uguay not putting up a fight and lacking that opening fight lacking stakes or whatever. Because if Uguay didn't just give up that fight, and assuming he did fight, like he actually put up a good fight, but then was slowly beaten because Kai has enough chi to beat him, that would help I make the stakes around chi a little bit more clear as far as like it is a numbers game. We can guess
would
that it is.
Fight have gotten to a point where it would have forced Uguay's hand to pull the chi off of Kai
It'd be interesting
and
to see him
imprison
try.
Kai? Maybe that's just a line Uguay would have never crossed. Which started their fight 500 years prior.
Yeah, like I said, it could be that too. But like I said, we don't know. And again, this ties to me as like, because the stakes around chi are so unclear, I can't assume that the reason that he wanted to delete Kai's history from the world, because of his ability to steal chi, I can't assume that's the reason because we are given enough to establish the stakes of that reason. Which is why I think which is why I lean more towards, if I'm going to try to explain it away, it would be the fact that he just wants to keep the Panda Village a secret because that was their wish. They didn't want to be disturbed in the mountain passes.
I don't know. Movie says nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I just shrug my shoulders. I got nothing. I don't know why Oogway would even let the history get away because I don't know the stakes of why. I can make guesses, but I also think it's out of character him for want to do that without those stake explanations because he seems to be very, very much like learn from your past mistakes. That's what his whole thing with Tai Lung was with Shifu. So I don't understand why he wouldn't want to share something that he would consider to be a past mistake so that other masters can learn from him because he was the founder of Kung Fu.
Well, so because he set up the dominoes for this battle.
Yeah, that's shit. There's
Learn from your past mistakes of his own voice of Oogway. Is that why he didn't put up a fight with Kai in the spirit realm? Because they already had a huge fight. Because like why Oogway didn't fight him in the spirit realm?
He didn't fight him because he knows deep down Po would win in a fight. He thinks Po is destined to beat him. Yeah, so he's like, well, I don't need to fight you if Po's going to beat you and save me anyways. What's the point? Yeah. It's all going to work out.
Yeah. It's a lot of interconnected potential problems with no potential easy solutions. Because the solutions of he hit it to keep the cheap part of it away is not in of itself a good enough explanation to explain why this happened. So like the solutions create more problems and the problems create potential solutions that lead to more problems. It's a very cascading domino effecty thing with why Oogway let, I guess, the memory of Kai fade. That's kind of where I guess I'm gonna go with that as my takeaway from this.
Interesting. Do you think then, Ryder, that's why they left it open and didn't give an answer? Because an answer would have broken more things.
Possibly. Well, the answer would have broken other things. Would have broken things specifically. Leaving it vague leaves everything else. It leaves it open to potentially anything being a solution and everything being a problem. If that makes sense.
Well, yeah, but I'm envisioning like them, in a room. But if they had like 6 answers, but each of those 6 answers broke something else, they just chose not to do any of them.
Yeah,
then they leave a problem.
Then that would tie into lazy writing.
Yeah,
you didn't try. You didn't
they create their own problems.
You wrote yourself into a corner. You created your own problem.
In the writing room, they fix their own problems or they leave their problems. If they put it in there and wanted an explanation, they could have made the explanation fit. They would just have to rework what it doesn't work with, and then that's how you make a story. That's why there's drafts to smooth out issues.
Unless you're Ryan Johnson, it's always first draft is the best draft, right? That's how that works.
Opening of this season, already a Ryan Johnson reference.
But
got to get one every season.
Yeah.
At least not a writer, that is.
Yeah. He's easy to pick on. So I think, I would probably agree, Springs. That would be why I think they left it open, but I still view that as a problem. Like that's why they didn't give an answer because they wrote themselves into this corner. The benefit of it being open is that not like character. It's not character assassination being left open. It's just a character nick. The world building is not destroyed. It's just a world building nick. It's just everything still gets nicked. It's just not one of them gets dragged down in a particular, as far.
Okay, being an open, at least in this example, not any example, but this one specifically, that because of it being so open, they're all just nicks of things and not a defined problem.
Gouges.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like the machinery's broken. It's just there's a lot of rust in the machine.
Okay.
All right.
I guess it's good insight.
Yeah. All right, I guess that's my question. So that was my point, I guess.
Can I bring up something?
Yeah.
All right. Shifu has just lost his teleportation ability from the previous movie. So much so they make it blatantly obvious. Hey, look over there, and he walks the other direction. He has lost his teleportation ability that we hated in the previous movie. And they made it a thing in this to where Poe uses it at the end to beat the bad guy. Hated it.
Interesting.
I like the idea of it. But yeah, I think it's poorly executed.
Brinks disagrees because he said interesting.
Kind of. I found it funny that Shifu, just scampers off because it plays to me that humor is rubbing off more onto him to do something funny. Because even though Poe's clueless to see it, the Fierce Five definitely caught it.
Yeah. I will get to one thing I actually do like in the scene. I like how supportive the five are of Poe being their trainer. Like, they encourage him.
To the nth degree.
No, well, I mean, listen, again, I'm gonna take Sprinks' phrase here. It's to a point. I like that they all bow and show him respect, and like, hey, how bad could it be, Poe? Like, we trust you.
Yes.
I do think I like that bit. I actually like. It shows that they have grown up as a group of friends now. Like, they are all friends to a degree. And then we can get into the rest of the scene, which is fucking awful. But
it's respect to Poe. It's respect to Shifu, and it's respect as a team. I like all that. The follow-up is why no one questions Shifu. Especially Tigress, I guess, for that matter. But
well, they do. They all apparently went up to him to talk about it and complain about it to Shifu. Or at least that's what they say. That's what Shifu tells.
I know, but it just sounded to me. That just sounded like the lesson didn't go well. It didn't have a scene of like, why did you make Poe teacher?
Yeah, that. Oh. All right, this is gonna get into my first timestamp.
Okay, because that broke. The running off thing was neutral to me because Shifu running off around the five and the five scene, like I seen as humor being played out. I'm like, okay, that's funny. It's rubbing off on him.
Yeah.
However, he's rubbing off and not giving an explanation as to why Poe's a teacher, and I went, that's not Shifu to hide.
Yeah.
And I don't know why something's so dangerous to hide that from.
Yeah.
The Dragon Warrior and the Fierce Five.
Yeah. So Shifu, I'll just start reading off my fucking mini essay here. So Shifu was never really a prankster, even for the sake of lessons. So a lot of this is very much broadly a nick to his character. I do think some parts of it are funny. Like, I do enjoy the Furious Five watching him scamper off, and while Poe is seemingly distracted. I did enjoy that. The problem is they play the scene for a joke when it's extremely dangerous what the five are doing. Like, to see this in the lens that any of them could die in this and see how, like, wounded they are at the end of it, I think that's very telling of they could die. So they get the shit beaten out of them. And they all roll up to Poe, and we get the homage to the scene of, like, there is now a level 0. That's at least the implication of the homage. What I don't understand is, like, why Shifu didn't just start teaching Poe directly how to do this. Like, he throws them all in on the deep end, and they're essentially victims of it. This is the idea, I think, is to kind of mimic the archetype of what Yoda was on Dagobah. Like, the Great Master was just being a funny little puppet before flipping switches and turning into a Great Master. And more importantly, with the Dagobah one, it doesn't directly endanger Luke with him just, like, messing with him in minor ways. But this is definitely endangering the students to, like, a degree that they're actually really hurt by what happened. And it is to a degree humiliating for Poe. And if this was Shifu from Kung Fu Panda 1, I believe that I wouldn't have as much of an issue with it, because Shifu from Kung Fu Panda 1 spends a fair portion of the movie trying to humiliate Poe enough to leave the Jade Palace. But he's gone on a character arc since then. So I find his way of going about teaching this lesson very nonsensical and unreasonable. It happens because it's supposed to prove that Poe is bad at teaching. And I think it plays for too many laughs. And people, basically the idea is just to break Poe back down so people start talking behind his back again. The idea is to hammer home that Poe does not know who he is. He needs to find out who he is again, and it is to set up the fact that he needs to go on another character arc and learn how to teach people. The problem with that is they turned everybody into an idiot in order to facilitate this to happen. And because even to a degree, I think it's ridiculous that the 5 pretty much almost die in order to get this point across to Poe. And it's does damage to characters, world building, and plot all at once while it does this. So, but I hope you laughed because it was supposed to be funny.
I'm just picturing like Poe saying headbutt Spike, and then Tigress headbutts a Spike and it impales herself because she's listening to every freaking word. Yeah, they are openly hurting themselves listening to the nonsense Poe is spouting. They are still people that don't want to get hurt. They would have some sort of like, okay, Poe, this isn't working out. I'm not just going to break my arm here. It was very exaggerated for the practice scene. And for Shifu, I did have it written down. Why did Shifu not train Poe on how to be a teacher? This whole hands-off approach of you need to learn humility to learn how to teach or whatever is fine in concept, but it didn't feel well executed here at all. And I don't even know why Shifu chose now to hand over the teaching reins. Why is he doing it? Did I miss that?
The implication is he wants more time to learn how to practice his chi. Like, that's the excuse he gives. Like, he's like, you are going to teach so I can find more time to do this, to learn how to do this. Pretty much. It's pretty much what he says. My issue is that...
So selfish angle.
Yeah, exactly. My issue is just that he throws Poe on the deep end without training him slowly how to do it. Because, again, as you say, the humility angle, like, you have to be, you have to learn humility before you can teach things. That's good in concept, but the execution here is horrible in the way that it's played for laughs and endangers everybody involved.
Time for Sprink's POV.
I'm in agreement this would fit more with Shifu from the first movie. And Shifu here, it's a lesson I get that it's like throw Poe into the fire to see how difficult it is and then get ridiculed by, the Fierce 5 and the walking 3 ducks and all that. But Shifu not teaching Poe or just dropping it on him, but not having like a talk afterwards of explanation as to why. And then the explanation they do have is so bypass the topic and weak that to me it's out of character of Shifu, and it's poor.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Poe, though, doing the training and just shouting out moves, to me plays that he doesn't know where the Fierce 5 in the room are or like what they're working. He's just shouting out moves he knows they can achieve. But
like real steel.
Yeah, but it's respectful, of course, on a first day of teaching for the 5 to like follow Poe to show him like the errors of his ways of teaching, which is like to me a big thing for them to do. Not just like Poe, that's not right, Poe, like going against his word, but actually like literally showing him the injuries he's caused for a strengthier next like follow up, like next teaching kind of thing. But I also don't know if Poe's moves being called out are better in group situations and not individual, because everything he's shouting out are the Fierce 5 individually of what they're doing in the training room, opposed to when Kai shows up at the Jade Palace and the 5 are actually working together with different moves to like combo off one another. I think that's a stronger thing of possibly Poe's teaching that could have come back later in the movie that never does. But it's very, to me, I see it as hollow. I see the outer shell of what they're trying to go with, and it works on a surface level, but everything underneath is very empty and nothing very connected, continuing the plot.
And something I think that would strengthen it, not make it good, mind you, but if Poe was on board for teaching, like, oh, how hard can teaching be? And he wants to do it, and then Shifu's like, oh, okay, some humility is needed. But Poe didn't want to teach. He had no confidence in it. So Shifu was teaching him a lesson on something he didn't even want.
He didn't even need to be humbled on.
He didn't need to be humiliated. humiliated to learn this lesson. He had no confidence going into it to be knocked down. So I think if Poe was confident, how hard could it be?
Maybe a
I
bit
could totally
cocky
hear him
too, because
saying that.
he is the Dragon Warrior.
It would make it better, but because he's not confident in his abilities right out the gate, it just seems absurd that Shifu would approach it this way.
It's only to play into the overall plot that he'll have to do it much later in the movie.
I agree with that. Yeah. It is here because it's set up, but there's no character-based reason for it to be here.
Yeah.
In the manner
which means that just that surface level look.
Yeah, like I said, I think you put it very well, Springs. You said it's very hollow. You understand what they're trying to do, but the reason they fail is because the character work isn't there for it.
Yeah, it's a shell of an egg with no nutrients inside.
Something in this scene that I'll just read what I wrote. How the hell does Poe not know about Chi? I paused it and did my own little timestamp thing with that because it was unbelievable. Poe, the studier of kung fu, the history, all the famous people, that he knows the name of techniques. Even before he was a master, he knew the techniques. He just didn't know how to do them because he wasn't a kung fu master. How does Chi not show up to him? Chi is not completely secretive because Shifu knows how to do it, so it's not just tied to the scroll, the Jade Scroll. It's knowledge. It's something one can't achieve outside of that. So I was, what? How does he not know?
I think it's like Kai, and it just isn't written down, except for the one place, which we already discussed over, but it's just not known. And the only people who know it is the village of pandas, but even over time they've forgotten. And the reason I think Shifu knows is because Oogway knows. So Oogway taught Shifu, but Shifu never taught Poe until now.
It works, but it's still really reaching. Because I
mean, otherwise there would be so many masters who know what Chi is, or anytime someone's injured, they'd heal them.
Well, I mean, Kai even alludes that there's different levels of Chi. So wouldn't that be something you would need to build?
But that's something Kai knows 500 years prior. And his memories died out.
Well, which is already a problem that we've established.
Yeah.
But I think they need to explain
which to me
Chi
is that
more.
It's that scroll.
The origin of Chi. It's I don't think it's just tied to that scroll.
Well, if Kai's the one who learned a new way to go about Chi that no one else did, which is why they fought, Oogway and Kai. To me, that's a whole new step in Chi, and I don't know how big Chi was prior to that because they went to the Panda village that Kai carried Oogway to learn that Chi is healing. So it seems only the pandas know of Chi.
Well, if pandas know of Chi, then others would have found the pandas too, because how would Kai have known to go to the pandas for the healing Chi powers? Which would mean other people would know about the Chi for Kai to know about the Chi.
That goes to it's not a secret village.
Yeah, I legitimately think it's just convenient they happened to come across the village. He says that it was a surprise to find them, or whatever.
He was just checking through.
Yeah, they were just trying to get him to somewhere safe to heal him, and they happened
climbing up a cliff.
Yeah.
On a snowy mountain.
Yeah,
and just happened to stumble upon a panda village.
They just happened to find it. It's very convenient.
I just think it's died out and not documented or practiced, I guess, by any other masters.
And I guess that ties into the whole Oogway question I brought up as well. Then,
just seems.
Which one would that be?
Outlandish.
Oh, like why wouldn't he let Kai's memory fade, and therefore, why would he let the memory of Chi fade? Because all it could
Which
do,
is just this
if you
little black hole of the writers not putting anything.
Yeah, because as far as I can tell, there's only benefits to learning it the right way. So I don't see why Oogway wouldn't want to teach that. So again, that's just another blank question that comes up. Adds a lot more issues and stuff like that, but doesn't really get expanded on.
I mean, how is Shifu not a master of Chi then, if Oogway taught him? Because a panda village that had no idea how to do it, Tigress,
Well,
freaking Ping, just stick their hands out and poke or whatever. It's not so seemingly difficult to achieve.
that just goes into not knowing how much Oogway taught Shifu, or even if he just told him about it or the practices. This goes to me why Shen didn't know about Chi. If pandas were being hunted down, this movie really cements to me more of why I don't like Shen. Of like he really failed at his goal from the second movie.
This movie does a lot of retroactive damage to Shen. I agree with that.
But just like over years of tracking down pandas and killing them, why would not he know what Chi is? Or practice that? Because if Shen knew the power of Chi or like what Kai could do, I'm sure Shen would be sucking up the Chi of people.
Well, if we're gonna follow Poe's father, right? He doesn't know what Chi is at all, and if Poe's father is the one that happened upon the secret panda village, then we can assume that he has no idea what Chi is because they didn't know what Chi was already.
Poe's been lost for 20 years, and it's been 500 years. So yeah, okay.
Also, there's no reason to think Chi is tied to pandas. Just the pandas in that village.
Yeah. The pandas in the village are the first that assuming that they're the first that Oogway learned from with regards to Chi.
A village that's been around for 500 years that you just have to climb a frozen waterfall to get to.
Look,
and Shen couldn't find.
Yeah.
We don't know how far it is.
We don't know how far it is, mind you.
I don't know. He said he claimed to kill all pandas, and then the end of the movie proved he was wrong.
Yeah. The claim is that it's a secret panda village, which works to a degree. My issue is how the hell did Poe's parents find it if it already existed? Because they were chased out of their home. This is more. This
jumped ahead.
This is more structural issue writing than it is necessarily an issue tied to Shen, for me anyway.
That's a great point that I didn't connect.
Yeah, that was an issue I was going to bring up later of how the heck did Lee or whatever find the panda village, because he wasn't part of the village.
That's true, because they were run away by the wolves.
Yeah, their village was broken up, chased away, broken, killed, slaughtered. Insert whatever you want from Shen to this, and obviously these are the pandas that were left unaffected because the village is a secret. So I don't know if they refound the village and just settled there again, if this is even the secret panda village, or if this is
survivors of Poe's village.
That plays into a question. Did Shen actually kill off all the Chi pandas in that village, and it just regrew over time, which is why he believes he's killed them all?
Oh no, you're still talking about Shen.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. Like I said, it's a very structural issue, right? For me, not necessarily tied to Shen, because Shen, there is workarounds.
That can help a little.
It would. It would work in the sense that maybe Shen did find the secret panda village, kill them all, but all the refugees ended up finding another secret panda village of some kind, but none of them had any Chi left. So it could work in that sense, but it's structural issues here are just a lot of it. The assumption is that this is the secret panda village because Lee doesn't really say anything to dissuade them from it because he refers to it as a secret panda village.
No, it's played off heavily that this is what they're talking about.
Yeah, in a script where they refer to it as a secret panda village that he finds. So when Lee introduces the villages as a secret panda village, the intention from the writers to tell you, oh, this is that village.
The crazy question, is Lee one of the pandas depicted or shown at the end of the second movie in the village?
Lee,
or one that turns.
He's the one that says, "Oh, my son is alive." That is
my
him.
son is alive. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that cements, I guess, more that this is that said village.
Yeah.
Now, the way I saw it, and I don't think it's great either, is that Kai killed all the cheap pandas, and then Oogway banished them. And then these are just the refugees from Poe's village. And then you'd have to be like, what are the odds they found the secret panda village? But that would explain why none of them know Chi. That's how I saw it.
Chi died out 500 years during the fight of Oogway and Kai. This Kai took out all the pandas. I see.
That could work. I don't know. That works as an explanation. Again, there's a lot of things that would have to be moving parts.
It's just a big question of where the heck did she die off?
And why isn't it widespread?
Yeah.
Because even
why
like
isn't
in
it
Star
widespread-
Wars, the Force, right? The Force wasn't just found on one planet. It was found in multiple places, and that's why you have different words for the Force, because different places found Force.
Yeah.
Used it their own way.
Yeah. There's different variations on it, and but yeah, again, the main thing for me is the big question as to why isn't it widespread. It just ties back into all the big questions surrounding Oogway.
Interesting.
And as far as everything else that we just talked about, it's again more questions, lots of potential problems, lots of current existing problems. At least with Lee and how he fits into the Panda Village here. But yeah.
Actually,
nice little tangents.
Yeah.
Well, actually, a lot of Poe's family, like cousins and stuff, would probably be blood relatives, right? It wouldn't just be like,
maybe
this is your fake cousin that I just made up. So maybe they are all just survivors of Poe's village.
I assume they would just all be refugees from around, because when they all got slaughtered off, they just tried to find a new place to settle, and they ended up just happened to be here at the secret Panda Village.
I'm gonna go with
or it's a world building inconsistency. But
I'm gonna go that they're not entirely all blood family, because that would bring up a other question.
Well, I'm just saying that Lee wouldn't be.
There's a lot of babies in that village, Crimson.
I know what you're saying. They are animals. All right. Moving on from that topic. Who's next?
Question because of a line said about a 500-year prophecy. Was the prophecy made when Kai was banished?
Man, I don't know. This Tyson. The assumption is yes, but Oogway made the prophecy for the Dragon Warrior. At least according to this, the prophecy of the Dragon Warrior was specifically for Kai's return or something related to that. Because Oogway prophesies that the Dragon Warrior would return and defeat Kai, which can work, especially with Crimson's theory is that all the chi using pandas were slaughtered off, so he would find a sense of justice in that a panda would be the one to defeat Kai in the prophecy. But I don't know.
Okay. I mean, you got a whole year of time from that, but just the use of an animated movie to use the same line of 500 matching, to me, just lined up that it happened the same time.
Yeah, no,
for the reason.
Yeah. I agree. That it's the same reason why I see the 500 line is the same way I took the Secret Village line. They both imply something from that's already been said by connecting those two dots.
Yeah.
So my assumption is yes. That's probably why. Probably when it happened, he created the Dragon Scroll prophecy right after that whole event happened.
Okay.
Small animation error. Poe is not covered in soap when we cut back to him while Lee is eating all the dumplings. He's covered in soap when he arrives, and then it's gone, like in the next frame when he turns around.
Sure, continuity error.
Yeah. That's a very it's not rubber hose, but the Tom and Jerry Looney Tunes era cartoon.
Yeah, just a continuity thing. On to a new scene. Pretty much. There we go. The bath bit is over.
Oh, that wasn't you lining up.
Sorry,
no, Kristen, I thought you meant like new
I was
scene.
saying
That's
what the Tom and Jerry things were. No, I was not rudely cutting off to my own point. I guess I could see how that came off like that, though.
Gotcha.
Unless you want me to come up with something.
Go right ahead if you got one.
Okay. Sure. I mean, there's plenty of things to bring up in this. Oh, gosh. All right. So, should I talk more on Chi or spread that out? I'll talk more on Chi. So, we see that it rejuvenates life as well, bringing flowers, not back to life, but rejuvenated with life. What do you guys think the limit of Chi is?
I have fucking no idea.
I don't know. It didn't seem to me that when Kai was carrying Oogway was dead.
It seems like they're trapped. It seems like they're there but trapped, I guess, would be my assumption. Like they're
trapped.
aware of what they're doing, but they're trapped within the emerald like bodies because he speaks to Oogway like he understands everything.
True. He does
I'm
talk to
confused
the...
where we just went. What? I was talking about when he's carrying Oogway through the snow to the pandas.
Yeah. He.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
Oh, you mean
carrying
okay?
him as
Okay.
a necklace.
Sorry. Yes, I
No,
was
no, no, no.
referring to necklace. My bad. Take it away, Space.
No, I'm going that I don't know if it's resurrection from the dead of what she can achieve. That's why I'm saying when he's carrying Oogway to the pandas to get healed, I don't think Oogway's dead.
Oh, I see what you mean.
That's what I'm saying, like a limited power. Because if Oogway is dead, then it's like, wow, she can resurrect someone from the dead.
Well,
Then
presumably they
Well,
can resurrect from the dead with what
Poe
happens to
just got
Poe.
resurrected. Yeah, Poe did get resurrected.
He left the mortal realm and theoretically died to do that because he Wuxi fingerholded himself, which causes an explosion.
Yeah.
As we see with
Does that state that one of the 6 Kai is already claimed is Tylon?
He's not a kung fu master. I don't know. They're kind of
Given how-
loose on the terms, right?
Given how much this film references previous material, if that were the case, we would have seen a jetted gem of Tylon.
That's true. He would have used them to hunt down disciples.
I
of
don't
Oogway.
know. Because I kept wanting a scene of jaded Oogway fighting, and that never happened.
Yeah. Well, my point is that Oogway has a personal value to Kai, which is why he would keep him as a necklace. And maybe he just doesn't trust the amount of chi that he has to keep him caged or whatever in the gem. I don't fucking know. But if Tai Lung were one of the masters, he would have been used to fight because Kai has no personal attachment to him. And this movie, the writers in the...
That's just a question.
Yeah. It could be. But I think that if they were to do that with the writers and what they've shown...
Shifu.
Yeah.
And then Shifu being controlled went to me that Oogway could.
I think Oogway's stronger than Shifu.
There's the only defense I have for that, and it's a thin defense, is that Kai just has a personal value attached to Oogway. He would rather keep Oogway chained to his neck so he can talk shit.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't see Kai use every single master he's collected.
My thing is, if Tai Lung could be one of the masters. He could be. That being said, he would have been shown on screen because the movie already has a tendency
Writers
to
would have shown that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The writers
They'd be like, oh, cool, he's back.
Yeah, the writers very much have a tendency to do homages and Easter eggs and cameos, and at least in this film, they repeated animation. They do that sort of thing all the time. They pay homage. They absolutely would have shown Tai Lung if Tai Lung was a gem. So he could be, but I'm going with no because they don't show him.
Well, unfortunately, it's a little too late unless we want to do it live of recording. I looked it up just in case. There is a jade that looks like Tylon.
Well, it could be a different leopard.
It could be a different leopard, though.
Yeah. I don't know. Missed opportunity.
It also aids that the jades don't speak, so it's not like they have to get the voice actor back, Ian McShane.
The zombies don't talk either, though, so they could have just animated him.
Well, that's what I meant. The jade like throwing out Tylon and doesn't have to talk.
Yeah. It's
so
because I didn't count how many arrows there were at the Jade Temple saying their masters are gone or whatever. But that was a lot of dead masters or captured masters.
It's like, wow, they're all idiots. That's weird.
They're all morons, and he doesn't use them all at the Panda fight,
which is kind of on him.
Yeah.
It's just another question. I don't know if having a jade on you makes you stronger. Because he needed enough to leave the spirit realm. So is he actually weaker by sending them all out as zombies?
We get no confirmation of that other than he sees through their eyes, so he's mentally occupied. But we don't see that he's actually weaker or stronger because they're
having them on him. Yeah.
Yeah. So nothing on that.
Huh. Okay. Just one of those questions up in the air. I don't like. I know Poe is dumb, and they always play to his idiocy and how things go. And the instance of the first interaction of him seeing Lee, of like, hey, looking for my son, looking for my dad, bye. I'm like, okay, that's comedy. Um, they're like father, like son, like they're on the same wavelength, kind of thing. I'm like, that's fine. I don't like how fast or the slight message this movie is teaching or showing of like stranger danger, of just like how fast to believe someone is who they say they are, and the disrespect Poe gives Ping over the matter of Lee.
Oh, I wrote somewhere in my notes that Poe is the worst son I've seen in any media.
I agree. I also would like to add on that Ping does himself no favors by being disrespectful to Poe during the bath scene. He completely ignores Poe's concerns and starts talking about how he can move his business up to the Jade Palace. I found that to be out of character.
The whole stranger danger thing is kind of an extreme way to look at it.
Well, I just saw it as like a message to kids watching it. Like if someone's like, "Hey, I'm your long lost father. Come with me," and Poe just believes. There's no like proof or follow up or.
Well, because the
That's kind of.
circumstances set right now for the kids watching is they know all the pandas are gone, and they've only seen one other panda, being the presumed dad at this scenario. Makes sense to assume it's the dad, especially with the background characters all being
Acting.
like, "Oh my gosh, it's obviously them." So I'm sure you can look at it with that framework, but I think that's a little unfair.
I didn't really take an issue with the. Well, I understand your concern, Springs. I don't think that's obviously not their intention. I just think it's just badly written.
No, there's a scene that plays out when after Poe and Lee like break everything in the Jade Palace, and then the bell rings out, and Poe's like, "Oh, I gotta go fight," and Lee goes, "No, it's too dangerous," and Poe runs out. The sunset coming through the Jade Palace doors or the Jade Temple onto Lee is this red light. I took that immediately as the look on his face is worry, but the light hitting him, I went, "Oh, is he a red herring of like, is he a villain? Is he a bad guy?" So like that's where my mind went, like following after that of this whole stranger danger thing, which to me is like this movie's not being great for me. So this like quick Poe story thing, much like the Chi thing, I just went like, oh, this is just like real quick of them putting something in as a surface level to get to like a later plot of stuff. So that's where my connection of those two went, being a first time. I wasn't in the side of like not believing that Lee is Poe's dad, but more the side of like Lee's intentions of finding Poe.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of felt that there was going to be a twist with Lee, not attributed to the red lighting, but
I don't think they. I think they very much. It's just everything's just off enough to get that. Okay, they're setting up that something's gonna be. There's gonna be a twist somewhere down the line. I think that's what I would. That's what I would posit.
I don't even feel like they were setting up anything.
Oh,
yeah, the twist was he lied.
I guess I don't know. I've seen it before in some things, but like, is the twist like, oh no, I'm gonna stay with my real dad?
No, the twist is that he lied to get Poe out of danger because he doesn't want to lose his son again, which works, but it's not really set up well.
Of that, the twist for the end or the twist for that scene of running off? Because I don't see that the running off thing as a twist.
The running off thing isn't a twist. It's just set up because he's seeing Poe putting himself in danger. And Poe obviously endangering some random citizen to get a picture. I didn't like that. That was very out of character for me, for Poe.
Oh, on the roof? Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, considering how hard they went through the jump through the hoops to show the 5 protecting people in Kung Fu Panda 2. Like with Poe. Yeah. Poe's fighting with the fucking band guy on his shoe half the time in that fight in order to keep someone safe. So for me, that was so out of character.
Also, I haven't a clue. I mean, it's just for the comedy bit. I don't get when he fails to hit the roof, the zombies freeze.
I wrote that down. I hated it. They
Too.
sacrifice a lot for humor beats in this film, more so than the previous two. Because the previous two have some, but they're not like
Not to
egregious.
this degree, though.
A lot of these
No.
were egregious.
Yeah, because these, at least in the previous films, they don't really undermine the characters that are at stake. Like what's at stake for the characters. Like Poe being a bit funny and clumsy works because that's in character. So like when he throws the hat at Shen and it just falls off because it's a paper hat, like that works as a comedic beat, but it doesn't undermine the intensity of the what will be the intensity of the scene because they managed to separate those very clearly. Whereas in this one, they're very much mixed in.
One's more definitely the reality of the in-world, what's going on scenario, and that comes across as funny. This is like, it's Poe's world, and it molds around him.
Yeah, because like in the first one, I think a good example of implementing humor in a serious scene is when Tai Lung was escaping prison. He just murdered a whole bunch of people, did a bunch of crazy cool stuff, and then the rhino or the goose is like, "Can we run now?" He's like, yes. That's supposed to be funny, but it's contextual. It makes sense why he's terrified now. That's a good implementation of humor in a serious moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, this just feels like a bit that they wanted to throw in instead of making it actually make sense.
Which is a shame, I think. I really, if it's not obvious, audience, I felt a quality drop.
A quality plummet for me. Let's see. Little nitpick. When Kai entered this realm with the farmers, that goose was a dude and laid a bunch of eggs.
And?
They don't do that.
I
even looked it up. I'm like, do male geese lay eggs? I looked it up, and no, they don't. They don't lay eggs.
Played for the comedy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Purely for the comedy.
And a simple fix. Could have just had a female voice actor or something. But no, they were both dudes.
All right. Fail on animal anatomy.
Yeah.
Just another thing. Just found it incredibly disrespectful of Poe breaking everything in the Jade Palace. To impress
character assassination.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely obliterated.
Character assassination through and through. If it wasn't clear before, this one really sealed it for me. Like that this is not the same character. This is Luke Skywalker throwing a lightsaber over his shoulder, kind of ridiculous. Because he treated everything in here with reverence in the first film, and he would still do that because the point of Poe is he's still a nerd deep down about all this kung fu stuff. He is a fanboy living the dream. That doesn't necessarily take away your respect for everything that you're fanboying about.
Yeah, he was destroying relics. He was playing with them. In the first one, the worst thing he wanted to do to them was just touch them.
Yeah.
that was the extent. But this was just insane. So disrespect is a good word to use there. I think that was horrible.
It made me question where the hell Shifu was.
Yeah, I'm
watching
because they've been going at it for a while.
Yeah, he's sitting there watching. I am fine with Lee trying on the armor. He wouldn't have as much reverence or respect for it, but Poe would geek out, but then make his dad get out of it.
Yeah. There's one small plus I saw to the fire or to the armor. Much like the fire hand earlier, I said like a nice little plus, Nick, of when the wings open on the armor, a light emits from it of the back, coming through the wings to make it look real dynamic, which is cool. And then they have like a falsified look onto Poe of that, which is just a design choice to match because there's no light behind Poe to my knowledge. But it's not at the angle to line up where it's going. Like if it's coming from like a cone, the light doesn't match on Poe. But what I like about the armor is it's a flying rhino armor, and there's no electricity in this world. So what's emitting light would be fire or flame, And I went, oh, that's cool because that heats the air to make it like fly more.
Oh yeah, like gliding. I was there a fire that like erupted in it, or was that just the intention
No,
was to?
Strength is
there's no fire,
assuming
but
that.
when
Okay.
the wings
Yeah.
open, light emits from behind it.
Oh.
And I went, because there's no electricity, it had to be a flame.
Okay.
And I went, oh, that's cool.
It. I just think the animation just wanted to make it look cool. I don't think they thought that part through. It'd be cool if they did, but
I just don't, because of the idea of what I have. I mean, nothing certain of what I said is true. It's just being that a light appears out of it, which could just be a design choice or an art thing of like the cinematic of it to be like all in all like Poe does. I went, there's a reason to be made of like why in my head.
Okay.
that works. I guess.
I'm going to go back again to Kai's entrance because I love going backwards for some reason today. Do you think he killed the farmers?
No. I don't know why he would.
The reason I put that down as a question, it's because he wants to kill everything that or wipe out Uguay's memory, like his existence. And these both acknowledge that they know who Uguay is.
Ooh.
So I was like, oh, would he kill him to wipe out people knowing Uguay?
Well, there's definitely room for that. They don't really. They obviously don't show anything.
They don't come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that plays into more, does Kai care more about wiping out Uguay or getting his name more known? Because no one's going to know who you are if you kill everyone who knows
Why
you.
can't it be both? To a degree.
Well, if they know about Uguay, but they just found out who Kai is, killing them would rid his name.
Well, yeah,
because then he'd have to go through that whole scenario with someone else. But if those people know Uguay, then the same scenario would occur. So
oh
is
yeah,
it
but
more
not
important to keep
everybody
him-
knows who Uguay is.
Yeah, but is it more important than for Kai's introduction to the farmers be, hey, you know who I am now, so people know of my name, or is it more important to kill them to rid Uguay's name?
I mean, they don't show anything, so it comes down to what the audience think Kai is as a character. So completely interpretive. Do you think he would or wouldn't? I think, based off how passionate he is about hating Uguay and the whole speech he gave to Shifu while destroying the statue or whatever at the palace, I think he would totally just kill these guys just to fulfill his goal of wiping Uguay's existence.
Okay, healing Uguay's existence deletion is more important than his own name being known.
But yes, because not everyone knows Uguay. That leaves enough room for other people to know just of Kai.
I'm gonna be very lame. I'm 50-50 on it. I can see either way.
Well, yeah. Like I said, it's interpretive.
Yeah. I don't have a strong interpretation either way. Is my feeling towards it.
I can see either way, but I think I'll lean that he kills the farmers.
Okay.
Because it's his first instance being brought back and no one knows who he is. Or that these people don't know who he is, but it automatically know Uguay. So I think that anger would make him kill. But upon a realization that if it occurred more than one, like he can't just go around killing because then his name wouldn't be known. Unless it's the situation where it's like dead man tell no tale or whatever, and like kills them all except one to spread the word.
Yeah, sure. Could be. Things they don't show, but interesting to think on character motivations.
And for those going like, they wouldn't show him kill, it's like he just has to raise his blade and swing down and it's a transition cut.
Yeah. I mean, they don't show Tai Lung killing a bunch of people, but goddamn, he does kill a bunch of people.
They don't even show Tai Lung dying. Kind of just pan away.
Kadoosh?
Yeah, you just see
shows
the shockwave.
The village from far away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the
close. But then, I mean, at that point, they don't. I don't know if the first movie knew what they were doing with that to this movie.
No, there was no tie to Chi or anything. Just,
I will say, I think the most quote unquote intimate death that we get in the Kung Fu Panda franchise, I think, might be Shen's, with Shen accepting his death when his cannon crushes him. We still
Yeah,
cut away, but we
or
know.
Rhino, I guess, right?
Yeah, with the flash.
You hear and see the cannon fire, and then boom. But even they're all off screen. You can't see them dying.
But then again, this is an example for what I'm telling. Just kind of agreeing with Sprinks'
I mean,
point is they have already done the smash cut stuff before.
Yeah, Uguay's kind of the most accepting.
Yeah,
Whether that was
fading
him
away.
choosing to leave, but
he just fades away. Well, it's definitely a choice because we know he can come back.
If he collects enough chi, or if he has enough chi himself, or the people outside, you know what? I really want Uguay back. Let's bring.
Let me just ask him a question. You know, everybody gather around.
Yeah.
We're gonna do chi. I need to ask Uguay a question.
Yeah, they really screwed themselves in that.
They did.
Something I found weird of a little audio cue of Poe in the dolphin armor when he's fooling around with Lee in the temple, and he does an imitation of a dolphin to like back up, but then an actual dolphin noise plays.
Yeah,
that was weird to me.
Yep, definitely a movie moment, that one.
Yeah, I doubt the armor itself makes dolphin noises.
Yeah, no.
I don't think Poe made the noise, so them being goofy with the audio, I suppose. I was just severely disappointed in no Master Dolphin showing up. I was so excited to see Kai summon Master Dolphin and dolphins just flopping on the ground because they already insulted chicken. Why can't they insult?
That would have been funny. That actually would have been a funny thing to actually work.
Yeah, I thought they were setting it up. Master Dolphin.
If the dolphin comes out of the jade as a zombie and tries to dive into the ice and hits his head and knocks himself out.
Oh no! If it jumps into the water,
and it just
Panda
sinks.
Village and sinks to the bottom because it's
jade now.
Oh my gosh! What a missed opportunity.
Might have been too dark for the kids.
I don't know. They're zombies. They're not. I don't know if that's too dark, especially if it cuts to the dolphin trying to swim up and then failing to go back to the bottom of the water. Then you could have like a cool cut of like Kai fighting Poe from underneath the ice. So like a joke and a cool camera angle. That could have worked.
Man, what a waste of Master Dolphin, man.
It's really weird that both Lee and Ping are with the gang as they're going through all the scrolls.
Are they?
Oh yeah, they're in the room with them.
Oh.
Is Ping there?
Yep.
Lee's at the doorway watching. I know that. I remember that.
Ping is there too, I believe. You know what was weird audio for me? Uguay talking directly to the audience or directly to the people reading the scroll. It's like, yes, really.
Oh, that yeah.
Yeah, that does stand out, doesn't it?
Yeah, he was waiting for Poe to ask the question. It's like, yes, really. Like answers Poe's like live question. That to me was off.
Well, Uguay saw this coming, so he knew that was going to happen. So he wrote it into the scroll.
Yeah, he can see the future in better detail than Alice can.
Yeah, and Ryder's completely right. Lee and Ping were there.
Okay, yeah, Ping being there's a bit weird.
Yeah.
Lee was already in the palace, right? So that kind of makes sense. But Ping
being there is weird. He has a business to run. I understand why he does run off with his son later, like because he doesn't want to leave Poe alone with his new strange father.
I thought that was a great move.
The hiding away
of the movie. Just like Ping being a part of this accompaniment.
Yeah,
I think
that
really helps the dynamic.
Yeah, I actually quite like. It does set up one of the few good scenes that we actually have in the film. Ping being there, so I actually do prefer him to be tagging along. So I'm fine with him being here. It makes sense. He'd be worried for his son. The only question I have to ask, the only question that I find odd to it is like why he's here for this particular journey when not for prior ones. He's worried about getting replaced, but surely he would worry about his son's safety in other versions.
I think that this feels just more of especially the scene prior of Lee with the dumpling eating contest and all that and how Poe reacted. I think this is just certainly more reassurance to Poe to be present because this attacks more of Pain as himself as the prior ones are not.
Mhm.
I think they're just fearful of a dad.
Yeah.
What hit me though, actually was the line of when Poe says like, "You'll be like awesomely proud of me," to Lee as they exit, and Pain responds, "I'm already awesomely proud."
Mm-hmm.
I think
Good
that was
stuff.
very touching.
Yeah, good stuff. There, despite some of the shaky ground their relationship starts on in this film, being that Ping just kind of ignores what Poe's concerns is and is busy dreamboating about his business. Aside from that, and Poe being kind of an asshole, I do think they still have a good dynamic for a majority of the film.
Yeah.
Especially once they leave the valley.
I can see it as disliking, but I don't see it as a character assassination of any way because that's kind of how the first movie was.
Yeah, I don't have any character assassination issues with it. I think it works, and like I said, it works into some of my favorite scenes in the film when we get there because there are some good scenes in the film. We just haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
All right, I'll just talk about the absurdity of the universe. Told me that was something that I think I brought up in the second one at the very end of like, how does the dad know?
Did you love your explanation?
Yeah, the universe told me. Awesome, thank you, movie. It's so enlightening.
Did you?
I'm glad they elaborated on it.
Yeah. Did you get the? Well, I mean, it's not really much of an elaboration, but the other part of it is that Oogway is the one that sent the message.
Oh, I guess I didn't get that.
Oh, yeah, that
Oh, you
happens at the
didn't?
very end.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
Well,
at the very end.
Oogway tells Poe.
Yeah, Oogway tells Poe that he sent the message to his father.
Oh, I don't know how I missed that.
Yeah, it's very very integral. So
okay.
I that's why I wanted to double check and make sure because I didn't know if you were shit posting there for a second.
God, even
I
more
guess in that
power
case-
Oogway has. Then why isn't he been talking to Shifu? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay, you
you,
see it as
writer.
worse.
You're
for-
welcome.
Okay.
Yeah, this is my issues with fucking Force Ghosts and surprise surprise, The Last Jedi.
Gosh,
Interesting.
Oogway has power outside the realm now.
Yeah, exactly. What is the point of being alive in this universe now?
I'm going to be on the other end. I like that there's an explanation to it. It's not just open.
No, I don't get me wrong. I like the an
I
explanation with
think
it.
you're taking away
But
the wrong thing of what I'm saying.
It adds so many
I'm
more
happy
issues.
there's an explanation to the universe thing. The explanation just causes incredible issues.
This is the whole conversation we had about the chi disappearing thing. Like this one gave an answer, and it helps some things, but completely breaks other stuff.
Yep, that's usually what happens. It explains why Lee shows up and how he got the message, but it adds so many world building problems and Oogway character flaws, Oogway character problems. So
yeah, the world building I agree. The character thing I don't.
So why isn't Oogway damaged from this revelation?
I don't think Oogway needs to tell anything until it needs to be. He's a real future seer.
No, this goes with anything. This affects the first movie and the second movie. You're telling me there's nothing in the first two movies Oogway could have told anybody
that needed to be said? I don't think so.
Okay.
It boils down to me to a very simple thing. Oogway is a very faithful character, which I'm fine with. But he is willing to let the potential for things to go extinct, like the idea that the kung fu itself was threatened because of Shen's messing with black powder, or the Tai Lung destroying the valley. The fact that he has the ability now to just affect the real world is a problem because it shows his lack of care when you introduce something like this.
I mean, he could have whispered to Master Rhino, "Hey, this thing will kill you. Get out of the way." I don't know.
So,
there's a lot Oogway could actually play around. He doesn't have to just talk to Lee. He can talk to anybody. And this could potentially go for anybody in the whatever spirit realm.
From now until the franchise is over.
Fascinating. I think I'm sticking to my guns on thought.
You have to want to explain why?
I just think he has so much belief in Poe as a dragon warrior that giving reason would change the course of action of like fate and or whatever Poe's path is set on. That Lee is the only thing he needed to be stated because then it wouldn't have achieved what needed to be done with Poe. The death of Rhino made the other masters go into hiding, and Poe have the whole conversation with the masters in hiding, which gave him the ability of change and the whole path for the second movie to get to where he needed to go to defeat Shen. So if Oogway told Reiner to survive, then they could have defeated Shen, and Poe would have not gained anything of that. Possibly, like the domino and butterfly effect.
Well, the
I
butterfly.
think Oogway is such a future seer; he would have already seen that or plays with that. He relies so much on Poe achieving Dragon Warrior status and what it means that he just goes with it. Which, to me, being that Crimson's example of like Rhino just not being messaged and just dying, places me seeing Oogway as a little more cynical now. Just like he'll let people die for Poe to achieve what he thinks Poe needs to get to.
Why is Poe set up? If Oogway saw all this and knew how events were happening, and he didn't want to interfere because he knew by the end all the actions that needed to happen, why couldn't he have just created a chi circle to kill Kai by the time the events would roll into action? Why wouldn't he set up Shifu and this Furious Five and whoever else to be like, okay, whenever Kai comes, just huddle together and banish him to wherever? He could set up preventative measures
Banish
instead of
him as
putting
in the
everything
Wuxi
on one
finger hole?
character. No. If he knows whenever he goes to the spirit realm, Kai will be there to greet him and escape, he could set up a chi circle because he knows that's how Poe wins at the end. Because he knows how everything works. So why wouldn't he set up other measures instead of Poe the Chosen One? Why not have the chi circles to take out Kai when he comes to the mortal realm?
Oh, okay. Hang on. Are you implying that a chi circle can send someone into the spirit realm?
It can affect people within the spirit realm. So, yeah. you could just kill yourself like Poe did and then have a chi circle help him in a fight or whatever.
Okay, that's why I went to the Wuxi finger hold example. Because that sends someone to it. A chi circle doesn't seem to be able to send someone, only retrieve.
It gives them power within the realm. The spirit realm is just where you go when you die. So, yeah, the Wuxi finger hold would do that.
Okay.
Obviously, Oogway did not get Wuxi finger hold to be sent to the Shadow Realm, so just dying or whatever sends you there.
Yeah, dying or sending himself or whatever.
So, yeah, Oogway could have set up better options than the one chosen one option.
I disagree.
This ties into the whole. This is why a lot of time travel movies really, really suck. The idea that like in Endgame, there's only one ending possibility. That's quote unquote the good end. There's only one way that they win. In and of itself, it's an absurd concept because it's just kind of like you just have to believe what the fucking writers tell you, kind of thing. That's kind of what this is tying into now. Is like this is the only way that they could have won, when all we're doing is spitballing ideas on other ways they could win. Because if Oogway has the power to do this, why couldn't he win by any other means? He could have better prepared everybody and still fulfilled Poe's destiny to be the Dragon Warrior. Because that is what the detriment to adding this ability to Oogway is.
I see it as the fear of capability of being able to possess someone's chi.
That has nothing to do with what I said.
I'm curious, Sprinks, elaborate.
The Oogway didn't know the power of chi until Kai took him to the pandas to get healed, where he learned it there, and learned of a new means of how chi can be affected by Kai taking someone's chi, which got into the whole fight. I don't know exactly how Oogway sent Kai to the spirit realm after their battle. Only instance that's shown is the Wuxi finger hold. I don't know if Oogway achieved that onto Kai to send him. But for a contingency plan of Kai coming out, I don't know if the only way Oogway thought of sending someone back could have been the Wuxi finger hold, which is what Poe does in this movie, or if it would have been to absorb Kai into a jade which is a power he didn't want to do or possess because of the negativity of the fight it caused, which is why the fight in the beginning, Oogway just accepted being taken in because he wasn't going to do that power onto Kai himself.
Oogway was so confident that the dominoes that had been set for Poe's success, his destiny, that he just let himself get captured forever, potentially, by Kai in the opening of this.
Yes.
That's how confident he is in everything. That gets
At
into
the time of the
being
beginning of this
definitive.
movie, yes.
Yes.
But not opposed to I'm going with the thought of the 500 prophecy. So after the events of Kai being banished, after Kai being banished, however that was achieved, is then when I think the Dragon Warrior thought went into process of the prophecy. It wasn't prior.
Yeah, and the issue I was bringing up in the beginning of this is why there needs to be a Dragon Warrior prophecy. Why couldn't he just set up the Furious Five, Shifu, whoever, really, doesn't matter, as long as it's strong enough to defeat Kai. Why doesn't he set that up instead? Something more reliable than all these dominoes need to fall into place for this one person to grow as a person through several years.
Does he know of a way?
With the sacrifice of others. I just came up with it in like 5 minutes. I'm sure Oogway can do it.
Your way you explained was that a cheese circle can send someone into the spirit realm, which is an assumption.
That's okay. So that's not what I said. I said that would solve the problems. You can kill yourself, and then the cheese circle can boost you to fight Kai, which is something Oogway would have seen for this prophecy to be fulfilled with Poe. He knows how Kai gets defeated.
I'm sorry, I'm lost on the steps. If Kai's in the world, what was Oogway's intention to get him back into the spirit realm?
What would be Oogway's reason?
What would be the contingency Oogway would have set for the future?
The circumstances that happened. Someone to kill themselves with Kai, and then a chi circle. It would be the same thing, except he would set it up that way instead of having a one destiny-ridden individual, the Dragon Warrior.
You are then going with that Oogway knew that someone would have to kill themselves with Kai.
Because Oogway knows what was going to happen.
Okay,
I mean,
because
we know
of right in the prophecy, you know.
We know the scroll that Oogway wrote in whatever he did with Poe's retort, which means Oogway saw that too. It's not like he has a vague vision of Poe will do it. He knows what's going to happen.
Okay. So it boils down to that you think Oogway's contingency plan of the Dragon Warrior 500 plus years in the future is a very weak, not smart decision of him to make, even though how much he believes in it, than if a different instance occurred that they could have gone about it.
It's at the sacrifice of others.
Okay.
You said Rhino dies so Poe can progress to be at the point to fight Kai. That is something you said.
Yeah.
If
which is why
we didn't need Poe as the Dragon Warrior, all those people wouldn't have had to die in relation to Poe's progress.
Yeah. Which is on Oogway for choosing Poe.
Which goes back to me saying that it's stupid.
Because it would have had to be written that the Wishy Finger hold had to be a sacrifice to be achieved. Unless Oogway didn't know of that time that a being but even Kai knew, but a being coming back from the spirit world wouldn't be mortal. Which I guess is a point I could have made earlier about the immortality of masters. But
the issue,
I don't have much more to say other than Oogway sees the future, and that's the biggest issue.
Yeah, this is boiling down to now. It's like, what's the difference between God and Oogway?
I don't know.
They don't, because Oogway is evidently omniscient enough. If your theory is right, Oogway is omniscient enough to then understand everything that happened in order to plan everything so ornately, in order for this one specific thing to happen, which is, I'm going to be fair, is God. That's what God does in theory. That's exactly what gods do. Typically. Oogway never came across to me as that point of character up until this film, where it introduces a bunch of other problems and questions that come along with it. Because if he can affect the real world from being dead, as we see, he can deliver messages to tell Lee that his son's still alive. He is willing to kill people to let Poe fulfill his destiny. So there's really no difference between God and Oogway at this point in how they have depicted the character. I take issues with that because he was never like this. It's character assassination because Oogway was a kind, caring soul, and now he's not that.
I can agree.
Eloquent writer.
Uh,
Better than what I could have said.
um, so I guess we shall move on to the Panda Village. One of the things I do like is I like that pings like "oh drat" or "rats" every time like Lee does something to kind of impress Poe.
Is that a? I'm really touching it. Is that a racist remark to say?
I'm gonna go with no, because this is a universe with like. I think that's just overthinking it.
Okay.
I missed it. What was the racist remark?
Peen saying rats.
Oh. I mean, it's
It's certainly possible it could be in universe, but I don't.
But if
think
it was a
actually
different
is.
word,
Yeah.
like poo or crud, like something like that, wouldn't have this question. It's the fact that he says an animal.
I guess it's up to interpretation. We don't know in terms of this world, rats and how they're respected or not respected or anything. We
They like
know
orcs?
that there was an army of them because of the helmet relics or whatever, right? That was the mouse army or something along those lines.
Yeah.
So could be, could not be. I really don't know. Obviously, it's more for a real world expression of people saying rats, but in context of this world, I don't know.
Okay. To me, that falls onto a written line chosen.
Well, we've already established some of the issues that these writers have, so I they definitely do it for the joke, but all the pandas teleport off screen so they can get the gag of all of them collectively running together and going out of breath, even though they were all in different spots and at different distances. Like there were some that were much closer than the group that was running toward them.
Oh,
True.
Gotcha. I know got it.
Yeah.
When the
Yeah.
fog lifts.
They're going for the shot.
Yeah, they're going for the shot.
That is definitely for the shot.
Yeah.
I think the village only has one magical property, and it is that fog. And the fog can block out audio.
Okay.
When they reach the top, it's dead silent until the fog dissipates.
You're attributing it to actually having powers instead of the movie itself building up for the reveal, which is why
Either way,
I'm going for it. So
it could be. It's either way. Either the fog has a power to block audio, which is dumb, or it's just a forgotten thing, which is dumb.
I don't think it's forgotten. I think it's intentional. If they climbed up and you hear children playing and people laughing, and then get the go ahead and say the whoa moment, and then they look, that totally diminishes the reveal. Hearing all the people, so I'm pretty sure it's intentional.
Man, they could. Yeah, I'm thinking they could have toyed with that a lot better. Like as they gradually go up, Poe's hearing voices, but one could think like that's all in his head until the reveal where he doesn't see anything.
Why would one think that's in his head? They know they're going to a village.
Yeah, but when they get up there and don't see anything,
Sure.
he doesn't get to the top of the climb of the frozen waterfall and see the village. There's fog. Either case, they could have played it. They could have done it very much better.
I don't know. I don't have an issue with it because it's for the vibe of the scene. Obviously, they didn't treat it to the audience. There was no sound, but who's to say there wasn't something going on there?
I think I do enjoy the scene of like Poe like getting kind of meeting everybody in the village. Well, I guess it's very surface level, I suppose. The idea of learning how to be a panda or getting in touch with your true self. But again, like everything else, it's just surface level.
I was surprised to hear the voice of Wayne Knight as one of the pandas.
Who?
Jinx.
Wayne Knight. He was the hugging panda. He plays Al in Toy Story 2. He's Newman in Seinfeld. He's the guy in Jurassic Park who gets the in the yellow jacket and the
Medri.
the Goonie outfits he wears.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. I didn't pick that up, but I usually don't get to get the voices. Well, that definitely makes sense for a role of his, I think.
Oh, big hugger.
Highbrow character. Yeah, big hugger. Let's see, what did I have? Jumping back, as I keep doing. When Poe destroyed all the relics with his father, and the five and Shifu were just watching it happen. And I was expecting, a little thing called consequences, maybe. But no, once Poe's father's face is revealed and they're like, "Your father," they all smile and it's
They
all
just
forgiven
accept
and
it.
forgotten. There's nothing, no negative repercussions.
Yeah.
And
It would
I
have been
hated
so easy to
that.
do. It would have been so easy to add negative repercussions too. Like after they save the fight and everything, they just make Poe clean up while they're doing all the investigating.
Yeah, they could have him clean while they're talking to the dad or something, trying to get to know the dad. I don't know, something, but nothing comes of it, and it's colossally terrible. No sugarcoating it. We already thought Poe was assassinated in that scene, and now I think Shifu was heavily damaged by not punishing him to some manner.
I don't think any character from this escapes unscathed except maybe Tigress.
Oh, I was gonna say Pain.
Yeah, no, you're right. Ping also doesn't. Ping is fine, I think, by the end too.
I can't forget about Lee. He matches up with his appearance in the previous movie.
Oh, you know what? You're right. Yeah, Lee.
Yeah.
I think in my notes, I think the funniest line to me in this movie was when Crane or Mantis are at the boat, and Mantis goes in and tells
chickens going in.
Crane. Oh, he says, "I'll go high, you go low." I thought that was funny since Crane can fly.
It's true.
A little bit,
I
yeah.
didn't pick up on that, but yeah. There's a good one.
Trying to think if
Unfortunately, the rest of that scene isn't a good one.
No, I had it as Kai was toying with Crane because Kai knew Crane was the last one around.
That's best faith. That's how I looked at it.
Best faith, I agree. It's probably the only way to read the scene and have it make sense. But also,
He didn't give that speech to everybody else.
Yeah.
No.
And it's also, he doesn't immediately break out the fight-ending move that lets him win every fight, so...
He likes to play, all right?
It's also a one-on-one without backup. I guess knowing his ego that he could take out Kai or take out Crane to get like info on something.
Mm-hmm. He could have, but it doesn't really question him.
No. It's just exposition of Kai sharing things. But it didn't matter because he turns Crane into a zombie, so that info doesn't go anywhere.
Except into the audience's minds.
Yeah.
Yeah, this scene was horrible. The masters were all dumb. Even when a message from Shifu, the head of the J Temple, high-ranking kung fu warrior, tells them not to engage. Said by, I think Crane said it.
Yeah.
And then he reiterates again to Mantis once the other guys charge and die or get captured, whatever.
I think this to me was very indicative of damaging the world building, because in the case of Shen, the canon was new, so they couldn't properly prepare for that. But in the case of this, while it's a new monster, they know they're being hunted down. So I have an issue that all the masters just kind of blindly walk in to die. Or get the chi sucked out of them.
I don't know how they did it, but they managed to damage Croc.
I know.
Croc was barely a character in the previous movie, and they damaged him here. He respected Shifu in the previous one enough to where he stood to fight. He didn't want to fight. Shifu's like, go fight. Him and Ox fight. This, Shifu says not to engage. He charges in with the other guy.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
very big problems that have been introduced.
Do you think
The
the
one trait
masters?
Croc has.
Do you think the masters ever train with other people, or they're all individual?
They probably have their own temples, but they probably train with others.
We know for a fact they train with others. We see Ox and Croc dueling and training together, being supervised by
With Rhino.
So
That's
we know
true.
that they train together in other groups of masters and stuff like that. So like the
Okay,
theory
I
is,
guess I could go with Croc then on that, but
yeah. So the best faith interpretation, like I mean, as far as how I understand the world building to be to a certain point, the Furious Five are in charge of the Valley of Peace. Poe's with them. Their job is to protect that specific valley with their kung fu skills, and then we had Rhino, Croc, and Ox who guarded the
Gongman
old
City.
palace. Yeah, Goldman City. And then so my assumption is that masters are assigned locations, or they go to locations that they're in charge of protecting. Like that's where they train. That's where they watch over others. We know all that was birthed from Oogway, since we know Oogway was the founder of Kung Fu in this universe. So at some point, they all trained with him or were trained under Shifu.
got it. Whole point I'm trying to make is why they ran it individually, not as a team. Croc would have known that then, and then Crane and Mantis would have known that, and they even chose to go in solo. But as a team fight, kind of like at the Jade Temple fight with the Furious Five, I think that would have been a real cool scene, especially the environment of a boat out in like a desert.
Yeah, I have no idea how that boat got there,
I
but
agree,
it was a
that'd be cool.
very cool scene. I would have loved to have seen a quote unquote action set piece here.
But no. Briar's like, let's just make everyone here stupid. So they did it.
Yeah.
The only positive I got really is just the banter with Crane and Mantis. I think it was cool to see them aside, because we don't really see a dynamic between those two all that often, let alone especially by themselves, not in the group of the five. So it was nice to see a little bit of that.
Yeah, I like that Crane was assigned because he can fly, then Mantis talked, so he was sent because he talked out of turn. I do enjoy bits like that at least hint at deeper characters.
And there's your Shifu growing on humor there, Sprinks.
It's true.
Yeah.
They are. I am happy that there's a growing trait with him, because he's open now thanks to Poe, and I think he's being a little more affectionate too towards the five in a way, instead of this stern teacher.
Okay. Huh. Sorry, just thinking it over. Let's go to Ryder for a point.
Sure. I'll add on to the boat scene. This is something I take a lot of issues with. It's not a good idea to dumb down your heroes in an attempt to make your villain more imposing. It doesn't make the villain more threatening. It just makes the heroes stupid. Because one of the core aspects at work here is these four kung fu masters, Crane and Mantis being included in that, and he just wipes the floor with them. In theory, I should find him all the more imposing as a villain, but it continues to be undermined by other factors at work, being that the kung fu masters were just made to be dumb in this scene.
That's certainly a writing standpoint to see it as.
Yeah, that is the main writing point that I take away from the scene, which is it sucks.
Yeah. I can see it as a budget situation, as possibility of, because it's reused lighting of just the green flash in the boat as one animation character runs in and they don't have this whole thing to work on.
Choreographed fight, yeah.
Yeah.
One of the
that's assuming.
This is
a $140 million movie.
I do have a bunch of surface level stuff that I don't genuinely like about the movie, because one of the best parts about the previous two films was the actual kung fu fights, and the final fight here feels like a CGI boss battle, kind of, where I don't feel the weight of the fight. Sorry, I'll
no, I was cutting you off.
I just don't feel like the weight of the fight or the kung fu aspect of it that I really enjoyed from the previous two films. It was an aspect that it really grounded the world. Even when it was gimmicky, like when Poe accidentally sat on Tai Lung and they're falling down the stairs, there was still weight to the hits that were being thrown around. So, this is obviously very surface level for me. I don't see it as much of an objective issue with it, but it definitely hurt my subjective of it because I actually liked the choreographed kung fu fights and stuff like that. Don't really get that in the final fight for this much.
I agree.
I can see that.
Tackle it more when we get to the final fight.
Yeah.
But for me, assuming we don't get a fight scene here because of budget is too much. I don't have any evidence to assume such things. So I'm going to just take in what I got. And what I got is a weak scene of masters in air quotes being moronic. So.
Alrighty. Let's go to Crimson for our next point.
Okie dokie. We'll go to Kai's motivations of chi. Why does he just flip and become a chi hungry maniac? I get now his motivations, Oogway, anything connected to Oogway.
But you mean like the initial one?
But the spark of what the conflict between him and Oogway was because he wanted to steal all the chi. We didn't get a reason for that.
Yeah, I also have this in my notes. I don't know why he feels betrayed by Oogway, and I don't know why that. I don't know what made him descend down from being someone who was Oogway's brother, which implies that they were very close, if not very similar, to this. The journey of that is not clear to me.
It's very blanketed, just surface level of.
Yeah.
Oogway didn't like the capture of chi and fought against it. It's kind of all that's said.
I get why Oogway was against Kai. I just don't know why Kai went full power hungry chi man.
Yeah, we don't know why he turned evil. We're missing that. We don't necessarily need a backstory, but we don't really get anything that hints at something deeper as to why he chose to become power hungry.
If there was something, and this is on the spot, they would clean it up, obviously, along the lines of Oogway and I were losing this battle and we needed as much power as we could, and that was his thing. We can assume that, but we don't have anything for that. So something like that would be something.
It would, like I said, it would be a spark to help explain why they had their eventual falling out.
But no, they didn't elaborate on it, and they're just like, he's power hungry, and then Oogway wasn't approving of that, so they fought.
I agree.
Kind of makes Kai a little weaker in sense opposed to the other villains of a reused move. I mean, how you put it right, like there's no like a big kung fu fight. It doesn't seem like Kai has a lot of fighting moves or techniques to just get someone weak enough to get them in a state to absorb them.
That's best faith assumption, because I don't even know if he has to get them weak enough. He just poofs the masters that freshly arrive at him in the boat.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess that would be something in that sense. That
he just needs the time to be able to do the hand movements to take them in.
Yeah.
Which is why I mean weak enough. Like in the fight with the Fierce Five, he has to get them all distracted to a point or weak to be able to absorb them. Because I don't know if while he's absorbing, I'm guessing if he's trying to absorb someone and he gets hit or distracted, kind of like what happens with Poe, it knocks it out.
Probably.
Yeah. Again, it's more, and I was referring more to the kung fu fighting itself, not this like air dragon battle thing. Less so than that he got his own move. I mean, it would be cool if they introduced something else to kind of defeat him, but for me, it was always it's just legitimately the lack of like actual fisticuffs fighting to end the movie on. That bothered me on a subjective level, I suppose.
Okay.
I've got another example that Springs brought up earlier that Poe's kind of more dumb in this than the other ones, and prime example. Oh, yeah. Maybe I misquoted.
I did say more dumb. I think a better use is more naive. I think that's a better word to use.
Okay. I'm going to go with dumb for me personally with this example of Poe not knowing Ping could fly. That was brain dead. of a joke. What is that? I don't know. Did you guys think that was a good joke or a piece of garbage that made Poe look stupid in a way that didn't need to be
In
put
the
in
middle.
Uh,
there? In the middle.
I have it in the middle because we've never seen Peen fly before.
the joke got me to smile, but I do find Poe is made really stupid in order to facilitate the joke.
The only thing I have to be like, yeah, I guess Poe's this stupid is he thought he was related by blood to the bird, but he knows he's a bird at this point. So yeah, he flies.
Yeah, that's why I'm in the middle of it. It's not just because he's a bird. We don't know if he can fly.
Well, he responds, "Yeah, I'm a bird."
Yeah, to find an answer in the moment here. There's nothing prior to the past two movies or anything of being like, oh, I gotta fly to the temple, or he walks everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see that as Poe being like, I've never seen him fly. I've never seen my dad fly.
Yeah, you should have said that. He said he can fly.
I'm a bird, Poe.
It's not implying, oh, I thought my dad was disabled and couldn't fly my whole life. That is not the words that were conveyed. It was he didn't even think he could do it out the get-go.
Again, in the middle.
Okay.
I do like the answer of I'm a bird and walks off.
Like I said,
Like the nonchalance of like, yeah, no duh.
Yeah, like I said, there is parts of the joke that I like. I just don't like the damage it deals to Poe's character. Because like I do think that joke is funny in concept. Well, I'll jump ahead a little bit. I um to the village where Ping is dealing with all the children. Um,
I had that exactly in my notes.
Yeah, where Ping is dealing with all the kids in the kitchen. I have no idea how many kids die a day or a year over the course of this kitchen being unsupervised by other pandas. But the thing I do like about the scene is Ping being reminded of Baby Poe. I actually really like that through line to that point. The setup for it is horrible because of how like there's no supervision for all the kids that are about to die. But Ping remembering his son is something I really liked about the scene. Something good in a bad scene.
I was gonna ask kind of the same question with different wording. I was curious if they're unsupervised. Do you think the knives bounce off the pandas?
Because they're fat, maybe.
Yeah, because then they wouldn't need to be supervised if there's no danger of it.
Well, I think this goes into now that we know that they didn't pan.
Unless it's just played off beforehand that they know, like pandas are like, oh, Peen's in there, like they know that.
That works for the knives. Does not work for the ones that are about to boil themselves alive, and the other various threatening things.
I guess that's true. It's hotter than a hot spring.
I think it comes down to the research angle that you said that they did research on pandas and saw that they roll and stuff. Pandas, I think, are renowned as one of the worst parents for in the animal kingdom. They literally do just leave their kids to die and fend for themselves constantly, and sometimes they just roll over and kill them on accident and don't care. They don't care about their kids. Pandas, they're terrible. One of the reasons why people are like, do we even save the pandas anymore? Because they're self-destructive like koalas. So I don't know if that was their intention conveying that in this, but they are renowned as one of the worst animal parents.
That's kind of cool because that kind of helps with the scene, but it also strengthens the first movie.
It also strengthens the first movie, you said?
Yeah. His parents aren't around. There are no parents. There's pain, but there's no panda parents. I wouldn't say the second one because then it shows his mom caring for him.
Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna apply real world animal stuff to this.
Yeah,
I've been given very little reason to from the beginning of the franchise. I'm not gonna start doing it now.
Fair enough, and I'm inclined to agree that these aren't real pandas. These are people pandas. They do care about their kids in this. So I do think them leaving them to boil alive is too much for this. But I don't know. Leave it at that. Whether or not they trusted Ping to watch their kids, I don't know.
Yeah, don't know.
Like I said, though, the nugget of the scene I do like is eventually Ping warming up to them, because even though he's being really really annoyed by it, it just reminds him of his son.
Yeah.
That
Which
to
reminds me of a remember. Sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that to me is like kind of what I would describe a lot of this movie in essence, is that there is a good movie buried in this script somewhere.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
something there. It's not all bad.
It reminds me of another kid instance, I think, of Crimson having a reaction to something about a kid. I couldn't tell. We have in what we use of our general like Discord usage that we have the a little outlay place to put like memes and reactions of things. And Crimson, you had one.
Mm-hmm. And did
What
it
was that?
confound you?
I don't know if you were. It seemed it's a gif of Schmebulok vomiting, or not Schmeb,
Yeah.
just a gnome vomiting from Gravity
Gnome
Falls.
vomiting.
In the scene context, I couldn't tell if it was about the girl taking the action figure.
It's Poe. No, it's all Poe. I was gonna do brackets like this timestamp to this timestamp. No, you look like me, but a child. You look like you, and I was rolling my eyes. It was killing me because I was just thinking real world stuff. So it's not necessarily on the movie, other than it makes Poe still stupid. You look like me. Of course they look like you. But no, I was associating it to real world stuff. That's what that was.
Okay, so if like an adopted child went to their place of origin and said something like that, that would be wild.
I guess. I don't know.
You said
I'm
real
trying
world
to.
stuff, but
I'm
I'm not
trying to tread carefully.
Yeah.
So it's more of needing to see one's self in stuff depicted. You know, I'll leave it at
Okay.
that. I don't want to dive too deep.
Oh, representation, self-insert, kind of
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
I see. Gotcha. Well, I had an instance that I shared of a reaction in the film of 45 minutes and 27 seconds a bit. There's a line of Lee talking to Poe, and he says, "Along you came, my little lotus." That line I replayed about 6 or 7 times. I think it's really weird of how quick that is said, and that it comes across as a separate recording. And I don't know why. I don't know if they were finished with the first line and it was a rewrite to get Bryan Cranston to go back and say that one line or something, but it sounded very weird.
I couldn't tell you. I understood it the first time said and didn't catch it as being off.
Are you hinting at the recording itself sounded odd, Springs, or just that, like?
Yeah, it was like a recording session of like "Along You Came" was the end of it.
Oh, I see.
And then like it would continue, and they're like, "Oh no, we want My Little Lotus in," and like snuck it, like put it in there, but it doesn't sound like it's one clear take.
Oh, I see what you mean. So not necessarily the line being there. It was just I didn't have that issue, but sure, I wouldn't surprise me. Voiceovers get done dirty like that all the time. Or
Sounded very off. I don't know any animation film that's stuck to me like that. At least not we've covered on the pod.
I don't think it's been brought up. I'll talk about Mei Mei, the panda, the ribbon dancer.
Oh,
Very relevant character. Mei Mei from Turning Red.
No.
All right. I didn't. It's fine to be in there. I don't have a problem with that character being in there, but Poe tripping up on himself with the ribbon and stuff felt like something he wouldn't have issues with. Being the Dragon Warrior, being coordinated,
master, very well coordinated. Yeah,
yes, being able to coordinate weapons or things he's holding. In this case, the ribbon. I found that as too exaggerated to show that he's outside of his element.
Okay.
I agree.
I immediately took it as the ribbon would be a weapon.
Yeah, that they were setting it up as something.
I don't know how nunchucks cross over to being a ribbon, but hey.
Inclined to agree. Kind of different.
I don't know what weapon would be used like a ribbon. A flag?
A whip, I guess.
Closest I could think of a whip would be better.
Spiked whip.
And there's people who fight it with ribbons, so I don't understand why they didn't just stick with that. You know? Oh, there's in part. I will jump to Kai arriving at the temple. One of the things I do like that Monkey is holding Mantis in his hands and like is trying to talk to him, even though he's still like, getting tossed around. That to me was kind of amusing. I did enjoy that.
I wish there would have been a line like, "Oh, stop biting me," or something. He's being a little bit malicious in his hands.
Yeah. I agree.
But, yeah, I think it was good for Monkey to try to save his pal like that. To the extent of where he gets pulled into Kai, maybe a bit much. He should have just let go of him. But
yeah, I will say I do like the other. Well, I guess I don't like this one, but just pointing out another repeat animation. Shifu has the same like defeated look when watching the statue get destroyed, and it's pretty much the exact same one he has when over in the first film, pretty much.
It is similar, yeah.
Again,
see that.
You know, bothers me a little bit, but it's not a huge issue. It's just a subjective one. Like he having the same look for completely two different scenarios that evoke two different emotions in theory, and he's got the same look. You
know. A subjective thing for me is that there's like never really duplicate masters.
like there's no rhinos or.
Yeah, but being called differently. They're associated as the twin masters or whatever. But there's no like, there's not two dolphin masters. There's no two ox masters. It's just Master Ox. It's not Master Ox Prime. I don't know. Laying it to master whatever animal leads to potential confusions if there are more of the same species.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
So like, they don't have names.
Like if there's two Master Sheeps and you're like, did you talk to Master Sheep today? You're like, which one? The one from the northern province? No, the other one.
I see where you're getting. Like Poe and Tigress have names, whereas everyone else has their their and Shifu have names, but everyone else has like their animal.
Their species.
Yeah.
And if there's multiple masters of the same species, then it could cause some confusions.
That is a great question. I see as a hollow world building situation.
I agree.
Yeah. I agree.
It's not good or bad. It's just posed.
Well, I would say it's bad, but I wouldn't say it's a huge issue. It's not something that comes into play at all.
It's bad, but it won't warrant like that much of a negative score.
No, if they play it off in like the fourth one, like a joke, like, did you communicate to Master Eagle? And like, yeah, and then it was the wrong Master Eagle or something. They could poke fun at something like that. But as is, I see it as a little thing. It's not, since they don't acknowledge it as an issue. I'm not saying it's a big issue, but subjectively it bugs me.
Negative.
That's because obviously,
because it invites confusion.
Yeah, it's poor world building, like you said. That is a negative. Like that's what it is.
That's what I said, but that's not what I meant. At least for my interpretation.
What's the positive?
There is no it's very neutral. As I said, it's posed. It's there, but there's no presence to it of getting to that joke point. Or that the world is like there can only be one of each species as a master, and it's like there has to be a depiction of like which one is which one,
It doesn't
or
become an issue until they make it an issue. Like it's not an issue yet, but it's still a world building problem that could fester into something bigger. So like it's still there's still a
well, I
myth
say it
for
as that as it could be an issue. It could be a problem. It could be a negative, and it could be a positive. To me, there's neither way of leaning. It's just posed there as a possibility.
All right.
But I guess the emptiness of it is seen as negative for you too. Just fascinating.
Well, it's like a plot hole. Like it's a world building equivalent of a plot hole or a convenience. You know,
Yeah,
it's not a major issue, but it's there, and it's not going to be a problem unless they make it.
they make it one. Yeah. Huh. Okay.
All right. So I guess my final.
Something to fess up. I hear you scoffing.
It's scoffing in the way you're retorting. It's fascinating. No, it's more of a. I lost what I was going to say with that retort I just made. Darn it.
Oh well,
it's gone. I guess you can.
Let's see here. All right, well, how about writer?
Let's talk about the scroll. So Kai comes, fucks everybody up, captures Shifu, and Tigress just uses the scroll, I guess, to find the village. I guess that's the assumption of what the scroll can do. It has the village location inscribed on it.
That is best faith.
I mean, other than that, she just got really, really lucky.
Because in the scroll room, they don't say it shows the location of the Panda village. It's not answered later where Poe's like, how'd you find us? She's like, it's on the scroll. So that would be best faith, but they don't convey that in any manner.
They don't convey that in any manner. So it's really convenient that she shows up.
Yeah.
Teleports.
I guess that's the best place to go with. I don't know if teleports. Don't exactly know the time frame of Poe learning all these panda things.
Oh, there's some time issues here.
No, I mean,
you're right. As we don't know the time of how long it took.
It's a pacing issue, I think, is what it is.
Yes.
You're right. In that time could have passed, but we get no sense of that time passing.
No, it's a season 8 Game of Thrones situation.
Yeah, she's just there in the next scene.
We don't know how long the fathers and Poe took. We don't know how long Tigress took, but we do know that Kai was tracking Tigress, and he took forever to catch up to her. That's why he let her go in the first place, was to track her. At least that's how I read it. But yet it took him forever to catch up. Why? I don't understand that. Yeah, I found that as a huge timing problem. That he shouldn't have been that far behind Tigress, yet so much time was given for training.
That's a good point to make. I guess the only thing with that was the negative side of like Tigress finding is that maybe Kai isn't that great of a tracker.
I mean, we see him following footprints, and he actually gets there. So he's a good tracker.
That's true. But then that was just a needed scene of, Crane in the sky showing the eyes through Kai of finding Tigress. Because then, I mean, it could go on to that he just knows where the village is that hasn't moved in 500 years.
Oh my gosh, it makes it even worse too.
If
he sees the direction she's going in.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm playing with. He knows where the village is. I just don't know if he's a great tracker to follow Tigress. He could have taken a longer path.
Like I said, the thing is, he doesn't need to be a great tracker because we see him use the J gems to find people for him, and then it's also if it's the same village, and the fact that he takes so long to find it is a big issue. Is an additional big issue.
We get no scene of him struggling to track her. We get a scene of him being very proficient in following her tracks. There's no shot of him reaching snow and her footprints have been lost to a snowstorm or something, and he's like, ah. We get nothing like that.
Just me going off with a trade thing, looking for Tigress or looking for people that we don't get. All I know is there's an instance of time that they're training without him. I don't know. I see if the scroll thing is a minor that could be the answer to Tiger's finding it, then I think there's minors that could be what has Kai delayed.
I mean, anything's possible. As I always say, aliens could help, but just because something's possible doesn't mean that's what it is. I don't think it's on the map for Tigris to find them. I think it's a movie mistake. I'm not going to fix it for them because they didn't convey that's what it was. I'm not going to assume because he took so long to get there because they had a whole training montage that he sucks at tracking. I think the writers didn't take it into account.
Then I guess it's redundant for me to say, but do you think because of Kai knowing where the village is and being able to track Tigris that he would have caught up to her before she made it to the village since she's never been?
She's gonna be faster, but he doesn't know if she's going to the village. We don't know at what point he's like, "Oh, she's going to the village." He doesn't know where she's going.
So that answers out to what?
That he's tracking her. I mean, there's probably a
Do you
point
think
where
he would
like,
catch her? Yes or no?
I don't know if he's faster than her.
Okay, so it's about speed.
I suppose it is. We don't get a shot or a line of him saying he went off course and had to find something else. We don't have anything that shows he's a bad tracker or loses anything. We get the opposite of him actually being able to do it.
Okie doke. That works for me. What about you, Ryder? 2 cents on it?
With regards to the timing problem here?
Yeah, the whole shebang.
Yeah, I gave my bit at the beginning. I have an issue with him not Tigris getting there seemingly so fast and him taking seemingly forever. It's if nothing else, it borders down to a pacing issue.
Okay, I agree with that.
And I do think the writers just again wrote themselves into a corner and had to write themselves out of it because Tigris didn't know where the village is, so they just assumed the scroll helped her get there. So that is also an issue, and yeah, there's more than just the basic thing that's there. But for me, if nothing else, the obvious one is it's a pacing issue. Everything is here for the plot to progress a very specific way.
Okie doke.
We get Lee lying, or Lee lied. Shocker, big surprise. I'm sure nobody saw it coming. Being that he wanted just to keep Post safe.
Yeah, someone he's known for about a week.
Yeah, I mean he cares about his son. I'm fine with that. That's a very basic instinct thing.
Yeah, but it falls under the same thing of assumption that Poe thinks that Lee's his dad. Follows the same thing of Lee knowing Poe's his son.
Right.
It's just because their circumstances are so close of like, I lost a parent, I lost a son.
Yeah.
I'm like, even in Madagascar 2, there's an actual like birth symbol sign of like connection of father-son.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not
I
saying.
mean, look at our bellies. We could be brothers.
I'm not saying it's strong. I'm just saying it's there, as a plainly obvious thing that they want to do. I'm trying to best describe this. There's nothing inherently bad with what they're doing. It's just hollow and not really supported by anything that they're trying to do in the story. So it's not inherently bad that he cares about his son. That's a natural emotion. But they don't really build anything onto why he wants to get his son back. His son could be the only thing he has left of his wife. That could have been a driving reason as to why he's there. But they don't add that into the film. We just have, he's happy to have his son again.
Yes.
And that's an inference, pretty much.
Yeah, to talk with Ping about, or no, not Ping, with Poe, talking about the love of his wife, and the next best thing is his child, and losing both in one day. I think they showed enough to where he actually cares about Poe as an individual and not just a connection of the mother.
Well, that's the thing. He doesn't.
And the fact that he actually went to look for him too after hearing a voice in his head.
Yeah, the thing is that there's no. How best to describe this? There's nothing in the story that supports him loving Poe as Poe who he is, beyond the idea that Poe is his son. Like, that's the reason why he went this far, is simply that Poe is his son. Though the idea behind them fucking up the J Chamber and having a bunch of fun is to show them bonding as a concept. I don't think that works enough for to form the strength behind the relationship. But like I said, I agree that there is something here. It's just not well supported.
I feel like it's okay because Lee doesn't know anything about Poe except he was his son and his name was Lotus.
Yeah.
And so totally he kind of has to grab onto what he does know of him.
Yeah.
And so I think they did enough.
Yeah, like I said, I think no, but I mean, like, the idea is that the reason I don't have an issue, because I don't have an issue with it, is that it's just hollow with what it is, because they're not really showing him falling in love with who his son is and how his son is. It's around the concept of, oh, he's just my son, so it comes across as more generic, that he simply loves him because it's his long lost son. Does that make sense?
But kind of sounds like you would want a scene of him taking more interest in the kung fu side of his life then.
That would help, I think. Yes.
Okay.
Because there's not really oh, this is gonna be weird. So when getting into character relationships between people, there is the surface base instinct of your family, I'll protect you. So, like, we all have, I'm guessing and presuming, there's members of our family that we butt heads with, but we still love them, or something to that effect. When you don't have that those long many years of relationship, and you just reconnect with somebody out of the blue, you do have to work from the ground up. Even if there is that base instinct of, I want to care about him because he's my son. So, for me, it's not that it's an issue that he cares about Poe. My issue, they don't really take the time to try and dive deeper than that. Oh, he is my son. So, I guess what I'm in the instance with your suggestion, Crimson, of where if we had a scene of where he's trying to appreciate Poe's, like, who Poe is as a person, like, he sees Poe. We take a moment out of the montage to have him enjoy watching Poe, like, train somebody. He gets to appreciate who his son is rather than just the generic fact that he's his son.
I can see the points you're making, yeah.
Okay.
What do you think, Sprinks?
I get it, yeah. I guess I can see all that. But it's very, again, the word hollow of the movie. I mean, that's, again, as Crimson said, like, not a lot of assumption, but that's an assumption that can work with it.
Yeah. Well, my point is that it's not that what I would want in order to deepen the relationship is not really here, because it's an obvious thing to do. Like, having the base instinct to love someone that's family related, even if you don't know them all that well, is all well and good. You want to still protect them. That's fine. You just have to eventually start adding layers onto that because they don't know each other very well. And they don't really do a good job of adding those layers onto it. So yeah, hollow is, again, the word of the day when it comes to the film, I guess.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I can move on to another scene if you guys aren't sick of me talking.
I think it's been a while since Sprinks has pitched a point, actually.
I'll go with a piggyback off of that bridge reveal scene of when Poe walks by Payne, and Payne says, Poe, he may be a monster, but he's still your father, when Poe's talking about Kai and, like, the twist on that. That would have hit harder for me if it showed Payne listening to what happened on the bridge.
Which would have been easy to do, because Ping would have followed them. Because Ping doesn't like them being alone together.
Yeah,
so
but
just
it doesn't
have him listening in, Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
It just has the mindset of Payne on Lee. opposed to what actual words of what occurred.
Yeah, I agree. I would have liked to have seen Ping listening in, so we get some of that reason as to why he just, says that line to Poe.
Yeah,
if
which
he's
is
in the
odd.
background or you see him flying around or something.
Yeah, which is odd because then it goes into my favorite scene in the whole movie.
My two favorite
Of
scenes in the movie are back to back here, so I think one of them is yours though. So take it away.
yeah, Ping talking to Lee about being a dad and being there for Poe, and putting the drawing from earlier up with the drawing of the mom and Poe, and being the bigger man of the situation, of not necessarily forgiving Lee for his actions, but accepting the possibility of greater out of Lee, of what he could achieve.
He's understanding because he's been a dad for a long time,
Yeah.
Specifically Poe's
And
dad.
then the wind and the snow outside and the candlelight inside reflecting off of Lee to give like half shadowed look to his face of like kind of sorrow or worry over Poe in a way, but Payne also having worry over Poe, but defining a different look to himself about how he trusts him. I think just like the complements so well of that, and the theme, or not theme, but maybe this is the theme and I'm finally getting it after all this time, but the whole like yin yang back and forth, these two really cement a yin yang of that to me.
You are getting there, Springs. So thumbs up. That is part of it for sure. That's to continue the small joke. Yeah. I also really really like this scene, and this scene and the one right after, I think, are the two scenes that cement to me. I'm like, yeah, there's a good movie buried under here somewhere. This scene was very much that for me. I think it's very powerful, and it's a good talk that Lee and Ping have about what it's like to be a father, and it kind of hints at other things about what it means to also be failing and letting people down in ways you didn't expect to. Um, and I like that this ties into the next scene, which is Poe training to do fisticuff fighty dragon warrior stuff, to which Tigress interrupts him. Um, because I also like this scene a lot too, because it carries through what they started in the second film, which is Tigress and Poe being there for each other. And the growth in this scene is that, whereas in the previous film, Poe is in complete denial, throws away Tigress's advice, here he takes it at face value. And I actually quite like that. So it shows the level of trust they have developed in each other in between films. And it's a very small detail that I really appreciate that comes through.
Yeah, I'm going to pose a question for you guys regarding the Poe training on the high dummy, I guess. I don't think it's an objective flaw per se, but it did bug me that he spent the time to build and train on that than actually trying to train on chi. Because he was about to try when Tigress showed up on the cliff, didn't really get to fully realize it. He's seen Shifu do it, so it would be nice if there was like flashbacks from trying to copy Shifu. He has access to the scroll, so it'd be nice to see him trying to study that. But him just I'm going to punch a dummy instead of trying to achieve the chi, which he believes in prophecies. At least he should, based off the past two movies. So I think he would try to hone in the chi. Then
Crimson,
build
full
and punch a
agreement.
dummy.
I'm with you on that, because the dummy didn't achieve anything. It wasn't him getting something out of the scene, trying to express something, and it wasn't something to pay off later of actually like hand to hand with Kai. It was nothing. It was just to ploy an area where Tiger steps in. Which I guess the only thing is to show Poe more of a bit of a failure, because he's practicing hand-to-hand combat and Tigress just restrains him in 2 moves.
Yeah, as she usually does. She usually beats Poe.
The implication, obviously, is that Poe is not in his right mind. That's usually how Tigress and Poe, their little bouts continue on from that. I agree.
Yeah, but the Chi would have played so much better.
I
Mhm.
agree as well. It's purely here for Tigers to step in, and I had an initial issue with it that I think is fixed. I had no idea why Poe knows what he looks like in order to make a dummy look like Kai, but I think his image is in the scroll.
Yeah, it is in the
Yes.
scroll.
Though the image in the scroll like fades after the story, and it's just like an outline of like his horns and eyes, right? It's not like his whole body at least at the end of the scroll.
Yeah, for like the transition out of the scroll into
Yeah.
the
So the scroll is
scroll
just
room. Yeah.
the horns and eyes, and I'm like, I don't know where the Uguay just got tired and didn't want to draw the whole thing, or
He felt very abstract, very minimalist.
I guess
Um,
so, because it's small. It's two sides of like the fade transition on the scroll, so it's like it wasn't just like the only thing for that space. There's a lot of dead space there. I don't know. That's an art thing.
I agree. It's an interesting choice in universe. It's probably just a artistic choice from the creators, but it is set up to be in universe. So I agree. It's an interesting Oogway decision.
It helps that it's at the last thing in the scroll. I guess that's better and not skipped over. But
The only thing I would add on to the scene is I'm fine with him making a dummy, but I think he would be trying to. It would have been better if we are intercut with him trying to do chi and failing, so he goes back to punching a dummy. So that way it
I'm
shows
fine
him
if it worked
practicing
like
both.
that. Yeah.
I think he would practice more on a flower though, because that's all he knows.
Yeah, like I said, I would like some intercutting with both, just because it makes sense for him wanting to keep his like actual kung fu skills up, like the more physical aspects, because theoretically he's a bit out of practice because we don't know how long he's been at the village or how long he hasn't been like keeping up with his training, if he has at all.
He's been doing lazy training.
Yeah, so it makes sense for me to want to do like a dummy, but I think I would have liked to add on another layer to it.
Okay.
All this talk has made me feel like it is an objective issue now.
You're welcome. Happy to help.
It's into his character, I would say yeah, because there's no training of chi, though he knows it exists.
Because we get a scene of him about to train, and then that gets cut off, and then he doesn't go back to train it, and we get access to the scroll for research. Yeah, I do think
then he
they
goes
should have
into
shown
spirit
that.
realm, and he's an overpowered dragon.
Well,
without
we'll
training
get there. I straight up called him a Gary Stew in my notes.
Yeah, he definitely achieves that level in this film.
Yeah.
Now, a question, I think it's pretty easy, at least to me. Is the village so secluded that news of the outside world doesn't reach it? Like news of Tai Lun or Shen's defeat or anything?
That would be my takeaway. They didn't even know what chopsticks were, which I thought was absurd.
Oh, you know what?
Lee was from a village.
You know what?
That
You got
had
me there.
Probably.
Absolutely. That's a real solidifier that they don't know what chopsticks are. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I feel like news of Poe's greatness or whatever would reach. But if they're that secluded, then yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Which I guess Poe's
at least I think so. I don't want to speak for Ryder if you have a different viewpoint.
I don't.
Okay.
I think they're very intentionally isolated, but I think it's kind of absurd the degree, because they're at least we know for sure Poe's father is not from here,
and presumably the family members, the cousins and whatnot.
So. Yeah, the refugees, but they haven't left the village in over 500 years.
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't know how old they are. You're right. That's true. Doesn't fit the timeline though.
No. The line used of "we need to build an army of pandas," like we'll have our own army, I think would have been way cooler in the second movie.
Since
or at least against Shen.
Yeah, because pandas are tied directly to Shen as a plot thing. Pandas aren't that relevant to Kai other than they showed him what chi was.
It would definitely be more meaningful for
you'd have to rewrite
to come
the
back
story.
And try to get revenge, but
yeah,
I'd agree.
Yeah.
But to Shen be defeated by the failure of what he tried to achieve physically, I think that would have been cool. Especially for how mental of an attack Shen is against Poe.
Yeah, I mean, the closest I do
Which
like
is what
I do like that his own creation is what undermines his hubris, but there's definitely an element of like, if this were they planned out the trilogy from beginning to end, I think Shen would have been someone they introduced in movie number 2, but would have been a final boss in 3, if that makes sense.
Yeah. But hey, rumor has it he comes back in 4. So
It's not rumor, unfortunately. Spoilers.
we haven't covered 4. Chill. Not yet. I've heard something that like I don't know, think it was planned. I don't know if it was planned, but the villains of the movies all represent a different like sense. Like the first one's physical with Tylon, second one's mental, and Kai is spiritual.
Yeah, that I've read that before. It fits, but the only reason I
Don't know how planned it was.
Yeah, I don't think it was intentionally planned because I think Kai would have been a much better villain otherwise. I do think Shen and Tai Lung were planned, but I don't think Kai was to the same degree.
Because all he has is spiritual is just it doesn't work on mortal or like doesn't work on immortals. The wishy finger. That's kind of it of the power of spiritual.
Which is
she itself is spiritual, right? Which is kind of his whole shtick. So
it's around him, but it's not.
It's like
against or used kind of because the zombies aren't spiritual.
Yeah, they made like chi a physical aspect of spiritual, which for me, I guess, degrades what an important message it would be for something regarding a spirituality. The idea, because there is something definitely to the power of belief, and like you define what. Like, if I were to rewrite this movie, it would be that he wouldn't be destined to be the Dragon Warrior. It'd be he defines what makes the Dragon Warrior. You know what I'm saying? That to me would be a better spiritual message than the physical presence of Kai being related to his spirit realm. Because it ties more into like spirituality tends to tie into like an aspect of what defines your soul, like in the sense of who you are, which is good. I would want them to tackle this because both Shen being a mental enemy and Kai theoretically being a spiritual one, those two things together should define who you are as a person. But we don't really get enough definition on the spiritual end to define it beyond the physical presence of this new ability that everybody now has access to.
Yeah, they don't dive into the inner peace spirituality of it in this one, other than just it gets unlocked. But I do like to see the 3 as their own things, I guess. Lost the word I was going to use, but even though weak in portrayal of spirit, I do see him as spirit.
He fits the theme. He just doesn't fit everything else that should go along with it.
It's not all there perfectly.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I'll go to something that I know Crimson loves. That is very. Ooh, how do you know?
Listen, I know how much Crimson loves color theory. So whenever you say I'm going to go to something Crimson loves, I just know he's dying to talk about color theory.
Yeah. I'm frothing at the mouth.
This color theory definitely focuses, I guess, a little more into Crimson by the graphic design choice of the film. And this was one that didn't really play much to me. I mean, the only color theory that really hit me was the red lighting on Lee's face. That, like, on a first viewing for me, I didn't know what that really signified. But the use of, like, the montage of walking to the Panda Village where the moon's, like, bright purple and all the, I don't know what to call it, the circus stripes look of the sky. Of like the red and yellow
montage.
Yeah, or the training with the pandas where everything's like pink hued or blue hued and orange.
This
I don't know. Like, I know it's all art stylizing of like the design of everything, but it's only in those sequences. And to me, it was a bit jarring coming out of them without transition. It just cuts to back to normal coloring.
I think it's to somewhat portray like China's rising sun symbology, at least with the stripe pattern designs that were frequently portrayed in the montage in the background. The choice of purple and orange are something, I guess. I don't know. The style is very Chinese,
Okay.
which colors in particular I couldn't
there's
say
one
much
of
on.
during the Panda montage where the babies are like, I think Shen's like, or not Shen, King
Okay.
is like cleaning laundry or something, and him and Lee are all blue, but the background's bright red.
Yeah, I think the red is mostly for the rising sun symbology, and purple, purple and orange. What's the word I'm looking for? They're not complementary. It's the other one.
It's like Spyro colors.
I'm blanking on the name of it. Also starts with the C word. But I mean, there is a reason. Orange and purple are usually paired for something.
Oh.
No, not secondary. Well, I mean, they are secondary.
They are secondary, but that's not what you're looking for.
No. So sorry, I can't help. I can't remember what that word is.
Okay.
Gonna actually bug me.
I'm like, I just know, like, I don't. They could have done all that montage stuff just normal looking, but they chose to do these such drastic color changes of like everything is one color look to a hue.
The interesting thing about Kung Fu Panda's montages up until this point, they've all been purposefully and stylized, but this was the first time it kind of just felt like they were doing a montage because each Kung Fu Panda has a montage to me.
I get those
I guess
vibes.
so, but this is the Panda training's what, the third one in this movie? Because the first one, I guess, is when the Furious Five were like trying to get out of the temple, and it's all those square boxes that reminded me of like Teen Titans intro.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's the one of Lee, Ping, and Po walking to the village where it's all like cut ratios of looks, kind of like comic panel look.
Yeah, kind of like when Po was training with Shifu in the first one. With all the sliding.
Yeah.
Or the traveling montage in Kung Fu Panda 2.
Yeah.
And now there's this Panda one.
Yeah. The Panda one is probably my least favorite stylized montage of the three movies. Because
I agree with that.
You got the 2D assets in the background mostly, and then you got the 3D assets that are supposed to look 2D, but obviously aren't.
Very layered.
Which seemed, when we talked about budgets, that felt like a budget shortcut. I don't know if it is, so I'm not going to assign it that, but it felt like it. Because in the first one, we get the awesome like 2D animated stuff, which I feel like would fit better here with the montage instead of this mixed 2D, 3D aesthetic. So
yeah,
I do think it's one of the weakest ones in the trilogy so far.
I agree with
Who knows what the fourth one may hold.
Oh, that just clicked in my head. It's interesting that also the scroll of the storytelling of Oogway and Kai was that kind of just like still image, slight movement look.
Stylized 2D that they have, right?
Yeah. Opposed to the beginning of the second movie of like the puppetry.
Yeah, the what they call that, shadow monkey puppets. I think is what they call them.
Yeah.
Like that would have been cool to see a return of, but I don't know if that plays more into Shen's story. I don't know why, but
yeah, I don't know if that's tied intrinsically to Shen. Maybe that's something his parents did for him when he was a kid. I don't know. That's assuming.
Is it an iconicity to stylize of Shen then? Maybe
it could be.
Like that's his look.
Yeah, like we have the dreamy sequence stylized 2D for Po in the first one, and then we have obviously the montage with Shifu, which I think would be the best comparison to this last one here. Then we have the stylized intro again, but talking about Shen. And then we have the travel montage between Jade Palace and Goemon City, which again has a hyper mix of 2D and 3D, but I think it's much better blended. And obviously we have this, and the ones in this film.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of in agreement. I think it's my least favorite one too.
It's not that it's bland. It's just very, I guess, the
Feels
artistic choice
uninspired.
didn't stick.
It feels blander because of what we've gotten before. You know, like we know
That-
what they're capable of.
Kind of, yeah.
So this feels lesser because of that. It might be that.
Okay. That's a good point. And speaking about good points, I hear Crimson has a great one cooking up. So Crimson, go right ahead. Floor is yours.
All right. Jumping a little ahead, I think. The distracting the zombies plan. Well, I guess this would have actually been before. Distracting the zombies. The whole plan Poe has. I was losing my mind. I wrote in capitals in this line because I just thought it was absurd. Distract the zombies, aka Kung Fu Masters, with a series of exclamation points. Yeah, these pandas with no experience, these kids with firecrackers, and this ribbon dancer will fight these Kung Fu Masters. Great plan, Poe. Thankfully, it works out for him because the Masters suck. But
they do. It's never portrayed that the Kung Fu Masters as zombies only know of the knowledge of what Kai has, right? Kai only sees through them. He doesn't control them.
He instructs them, and he does motion like with Croc. He does close his arms in a fighting motion, so there is an element of him
He can't
controlling them.
Okay,
we
does
don't
that
know.
play into that they only know the knowledge of fighting that Kai knows?
Well, no, because Kai can't fly, but Crane can fly, so it's different. Okay. I think Kai can just jump in. I think like they're their own fighting agents, and then he can jump in and do something if he wants.
I'm like, in that case, it should have been like Toy Story 3 when Buzz goes into demo mode and wipes the floor with everyone. Shifu Zombie should have done that.
Oh, 100%.
Think of it like the Kandarian demon jumping into somebody and possessing them, and then.
Well, yeah, but Shifu didn't get hit with the power of love. He got hit with a frying pan.
Yeah, Shifu, Zombie Shifu was butchered in this. I hinted at in the beginning he lost his ability to teleport. Could you imagine how useful that would be as a zombie to just teleport around and just
affect people? Yeah, it would have been
destroy everybody.
That's why it was tickling me of confusion of like, what's the control then?
Yeah. It's abstract. Best we can assume is he can possess them whenever he wants to see through their eyes, but it doesn't really have their fighting styles, so he just lets them do their thing.
Yeah, he can instruct them, go after this, and then he can interact when he wants. But because I guess that's the info we have. We don't have much else to work off of.
I have to answer your question, your earlier point, Crimson. I have no idea why these villagers can stand up to these supposed kung fu masters.
Yeah, and it's not just the faceless ones we don't know anything about, like the porcupine and stuff. It's Shifu. It's the Furious Four. It's some heavy hitters we know their capabilities of.
Yeah, Master Chicken.
Some freaking Master Chicken, man. Absolutely assassinated before a sound was uttered.
It was a... I know what the theme they're going for is, but I think I'll hold off on talking about it until the end of this episode or the recap.
Sprinks, you talked about the rats possibly being a racist remark. I think
I did.
The chicken thing might be.
That was
like,
a strongly stereotypical.
Even the chicken's doing it, which means in this universe, chickens are chickens.
Yeah.
Which is
I'm with that too. I don't know.
In universe, absolutely could be.
I know it's played as definitely the joke to the audience, but in world, that's very. I don't know. That's almost crossing a line. Again, the thing with, I mean, that took time to animate. That wasn't something like off screen or just a word said or something like that has more effort into it than I think the word rats does.
And rats is brought up more than once. But
Well, true, but that's just a line that could have been changed to a different word. This is physically animated, took time to make this what they're depicting.
yeah. And well, like the rat thing, I don't know if their intention is an in-universe thing. It's
We haven't seen a
clearly
rat
for
person,
audience.
right?
I stand by what
A
I
rat
said.
creature
No, there
hasn't
haven't been
come
any
across.
rats yet.
I do stand by what I said, I guess, earlier, which is that they haven't given me any reason to start, like, going into how realistic that would be in a world or how realistic the animals are to themselves in their real life portrayal. So I don't really attribute those in the story. But I agree that to me just goes into poor world building, because I'm like that would seem like something they should care about, but they clearly don't.
Let's see. A positive I have for the plan is the callback to the wishy finger hold. It's not a terrible plan. He knows it's effective. He knew about it before he performed it. He acknowledges it as his strongest ability, which I suppose is true. So it's not bad bringing that up. Just the distraction part is absolutely horrendous to me.
I like the
guess
convey. I like the convey of how much power Tigress has when Poe pulls it on her.
Like not being
like she wasn't afraid of it.
Yeah, that's like holding a loaded gun up to your friend, like, and she's just, oh, that's what you got.
That's true. But remember, she punches ironwood trees, so she could probably tank it.
It sends a mortal to his spirit realm. I don't think she can tank it.
I don't know. She ate a cannonball.
I think I don't know. I don't think she can resist.
She's got these powers.
Unless it's like Poe being jaded, and it just takes her a very long time to be sent. It's just building on her.
That'd be funny. But yeah, like I said, the plan itself is not terrible. It's just the distractions in place make no fucking sense that in a way that would stop the Kung Fu Masters.
No, everyone should have been like, "Are you sending us to die? I mean, is that the plan?" Because that's exactly what this is. Way. They can't think they're gonna win.
Poe's their leader. Of course, that's what they're thinking.
Remember when they evacuated the Valley of Peace because Tai Lung was coming back? That was nice.
Yeah.
Poe's horrible. He set kids up to die. You know,
he did.
He set them to fight Kung Fu Masters.
Poe thinks there's not going to be a single casualty against Kai.
He's 100% confident in his teachings.
You're wild.
Yeah.
Then again, Poe hasn't seen anything of what Kai can do.
Kyle's a better name. He's now Kyle.
I do like Kyle. We got Papa Joe and Kyle over here.
Great. All right, from going on Kyle. Poe doesn't know what Kai can do. Like, hasn't seen in action, just knows the scroll.
True. And it's also weird because, like,
does Poe think it's... I mean, unless Tigress shared, but does Poe think it's going to be, like, an army of pandas against one?
Well, he fought the Emerald.
He knows the Emerald.
He knows the zombies.
That's true. But
he fought them. He knows that Kyle can see through them. So he knows some stuff.
Okay, I guess it's enough for Tigress to share, like, hey, the temple fell. Shifu's been captured.
Yeah, I mean...
she could tell what weapons he uses. So yeah, like, there's some playroom.
One of the things I do like about that scene, going back to, again, the two best scenes in the film, is when she's actually giving Poe straight up advice of, like, you can't fight him directly because he can do this, this, and this. That was actually one of the things I really liked, is Tigress did actually fight him, so he was able to give Poe advice, which ultimately leads to this.
Is Kai dumb for telling Poe the wishy finger hold doesn't work?
Oh, Kyle is just fucking with him, yeah. I don't...
Okay, that's the villain giving the answer to the thing. Like, in Beetlejuice, it's like, oh, don't say his name 3 times. It's like, thanks for the answer.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it doesn't work on, immortals. Thanks for the answer. That kind of thing. Like,
it's tricky because I think he is full of himself and confident enough in his abilities to mock him. I mean, he did that with Crane. He had no reason to talk to Crane. Obviously, it's
No.
for the audience, but as a character, we have to establish with him that he's willing just to monologue as a trait and mock.
Mhm.
So I think he would do that, as dumb as I think it is personally, because he didn't think there was a way to send him back to the Shadow Realm in his current state.
Shadow
At
Realm.
least dude, I wrote that several times in my notes because it's a Yu-Gi-Oh thing, and I kept writing Shadow Realm, Spirit Realm. All you Yu-Gi-Oh fans out there, I'm surprised I haven't
Way Exodia.
screwed that up. Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't screwed that up on the pod more. Yeah, the Spirit Realm. So I think it's within his character, as not bright as it is, and as cliche as it is.
Crimson, you brought up Shifu's teleportation. I was
Mhm.
looking at my notes. There is an instance of teleportation that the jaded beings under control can send back the damage they're being taken.
Oh,
Because at
like when one of
1
them gets hit,
hour, 7
like
minutes and 10, the one gets a bomb in its mouth that explodes, and Kai opens his mouth and smoke comes out.
yeah, he gets some sort of effect to him. It's obviously lessened because he's not like getting flung around like a rag doll or anything, but
No, it's not voodoo effect.
he is getting somewhat affected by what's happening. Yeah.
It's kind of dumb to him. He has so many zombies that when one's being attacked that he can't see, just swap to another one.
yep.
Yeah, I don't know. Kai just standing in the open while doing this also, I mean, he could have just stayed at the bottom of the cliff and sent them all or something. He didn't have to be there as a vulnerable entity.
Yeah, he could have been elsewhere, and Poe couldn't have find him. You know, been a way to approach it.
Yeah, and that's when Poe could have unlocked his chi because he had to find him because he's the largest chi source. I don't know. Throwing out
So
nonsense.
Dragon Warrior.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do appreciate the idea that the villagers are in actual danger behind Poe, so he realizes they all might die because of him. I do appreciate the idea behind it, but I don't know why he didn't think about it before this moment.
He was very confident in their success. Seeing it fail just really was crushing.
He got that confidence out of nowhere, mind you. Not going from not being able to teach it all to this.
Well, he saw Tigress's crush, so he's like, you know what? I can do this.
He knows how to talk to his people.
Yeah. But I agree, Ryder. I did like that scene of him looking up, thinking they're all going to die because of his actions, and even Tigress looked like out of it. No hope.
Where was... Well, I guess he told his own state, like, I don't need to train you to be me, I need to train you to be you. So he's like going to their strengths. Because I think if it was the other way around, he'd be like shouting out the moves he gave the Furious Five to the Pandas to like redo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that put him on a stupid level too. I think
This isn't working.
if Poe's like, all right, Panda, do Wings of Justice, and like, what is that? I'm like, I don't know. Crane does it when I tell him to do it. Why don't you do it?
Yeah, then he's go, oh, I'm a failure. I can't teach. And then he gets a realization. It's like, okay.
Yeah, that would be not great.
I do, at least again, appreciate the idea that Poe would sacrifice himself to save everyone. Wuxi finger holds himself.
That was good. I did like that.
You know, one thing I didn't like. It's the second
that he took Kai with him.
I have issues with that, but I will let it slide because there's worse world building issues than that, as far as I'm concerned.
Wait, no, I think that does pose an actual issue because we get a bubble right around the Wishy Finger hold, so presumably anyone in the bubble would get sucked in, right?
There is that now, yes.
Yeah, so why doesn't every single user of the Wishy Finger hold get sent? Because they'd be standing in the bubble because it's a physical contact.
It didn't exist in the first movie. We're having a Twilight situation.
Yep.
Jasper didn't care about blood in the first movie. Wishy
Gosh
Fingerhole
darn it.
only took Tylon in the first movie. Easy.
I didn't even realize that was an issue.
Yeah, it's almost as
Alright.
this movie's not that great. One of the things I actually quite like the baby panda being obsessed with Tigress. I think they took it too far with the fight scene.
You know what to do.
Yeah, a little too much.
Agreed.
I'm fine with Tigress worrying about her. That makes sense to me. I don't like they felt the need to get the baby girl involved in slapping a fucking kung fu master.
Yeah, and during the whole fight with the zombies was the part where I just wrote Master Chicken is a joke, and that was just when Poe just ran and kicked him.
Correct. He is a joke. That is why he's
wasn't anything. Just
He's
a
a
freaking
master.
soccer ball. Just yeah,
He's
he's
a master of kung fu.
What a joke. They totally butchered what masters are. Like the first two, any master felt they had a presence.
Shifu's
You
a
could
master,
argue,
right? Yes.
Yeah,
Master
Shifu's a
Shifu?
master, Rhino.
Wow.
Croc
what
and
a
Ox are
level.
masters, but I didn't feel like they were that imposing.
They come across as students to Rhino, you know.
Yeah.
So they're
If there was a hierarchy.
They're at the 5 level, where the Furious 5 would be in comparison to Shifu, and Rhino would be equal to Shifu. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what Ox and Croc came across to me as.
Yeah, I could see that. Now, I don't know if the Furious 5 are masters or if they're just underlings.
They are referred to as Kung Fu Masters.
They are?
Yeah, several times.
Sweet. Okay. Poor chicken. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, poor chicken.
So, Kai died of having too much power overload, right?
That's the implication.
Just like
too
Crystal
much
Skull. Yeah.
What now? I was going to
Exactly.
say this is the first instance I've ever seen something like that. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
You're funny.
Nudge, nudge. Inside joke there.
Yeah, it's not unique to this film. I just think this is probably the worst instance I've seen it. Like the idea that the power gem can overwhelm its user and ultimately kill them.
Yeah, it's just...
Well, especially when you claim out too much.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Like he knew.
Yeah, I couldn't put that together, movie. Thank you for that. This is very ham-fisted dialogue.
I don't even know why it's too much, because Poe got powered up by a bunch of random pandas, Ping and Tigress, and I guess the Furious 5 were also there.
Is it because it was painful?
Yeah.
What causes the knowledge of too much? Someone gets radiation poisoning. When do you know? Oh, it's too much. Like it gets to a
when your
point.
skin's falling off, you know. And I think that's
you start dying and bleeding from your nose. That's when you know you've had too much radiation.
Yeah.
In this case,
maybe his insides were expanding, and he's like, "Oh, this isn't feeling so good." I don't know.
I'm getting gassy.
That would
have been dumb. That would have been bad.
That would have been
if
horrible.
it exploded and it was a fart. Terrible. Woo! I'm glad that didn't happen.
Or Poe's like, "Wow, that stinks."
And he goes, "Wow, did you know if you get too much chi, you fart?"
Yeah. Or he's like,
believable in this movie.
Don't eat too much cheese. That
believable. Didn't happen.
A good part of injecting something humor into something serious. One of those few things was Kyle being really angry that he got transported back into the spirit realm, and Poe's like, "Don't blame me. I wanted to finish this in the mortal realm."
Yeah, and then I was like, "Oh, so Kyle could just go back because he still has the power."
I know it changes nothing.
He still has the J. Just leave Poe.
And Poe could have been left in the Shadow Realm dead. Yeah, that's what my mind went immediately. But no, that was Poe needs his moment, I guess.
Yeah, showing that he is the physical manifestation of the Dragon Warrior.
Yeah.
And that Kai can't do anything when a dragon's around.
Yeah.
Now he just stands around.
Literally lost one of his weapons.
Swords.
Yeah. I'm hungry. Eats.
I touched on this. The fight is really lame.
It is.
Comparing this to Tai Lung and the final fight with Shen, this is really lame in comparison.
No, I agree. You touched on it earlier, where I was like, this isn't a kung fu battle at the end. It's just a CGI like Marvel fight or something. It's just meh.
It's not really a fight. It's like, this is my hand. I got all these zombies. I can control. This is what I can do. And then Poe goes, okay, my turn. I can turn into a dragon. It's not a back and forth. It's just a my side, your side, end.
Yeah, it's very
Pretty
disappointing.
Yeah. I don't really have much in the way of notes. I think I got most of it out. So
it's a card game of war. Guy's like, I got a king. And Poe goes, actually, really failed there. Is an ace better than a king or? Or is the ace a one? What about jokers? They count?
Jokers are not in war.
You know what? Forget what I said. Go with the first thing I said.
Kyle put down a 5 and Poe put down a king.
I do have a note.
We know that works.
Absolutely not. Poe put down a 6. You think he has more power than... No. It's too much for Poe.
I do have a few other notes, actually. I lied. I like that Poe is in his Dragon Warrior skin from the video game. I kind of appreciated that.
Oh, I connected it to what he had in his dream sequence from the first movie.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing in both versions.
Oh, okay.
But it makes more sense to think that first. But just because I played the game, I think of it the Dragon Warrior skin.
Yeah, that was good. On a surface level thing, anyways.
Yeah.
to find a positive in this.
Yeah.
Dude, the surface level, pretty good looking.
Motion time. So we get a line from Oogway saying he lives here now, and then he's the one that sent the message across the universe. Really appreciated the world building damage that did. And
but it gave an answer.
He doesn't know how to cross over, but he can cross over. That's something he can just do. Because Poe just does it.
What do you mean Poe just does it?
Yeah, he fucking just crosses over. Like he literally just has the ability to do that.
Oogway's like, it's up to you if you want to stay or go, and then Poe left.
It's literally exactly what happened. He just left. The village wasn't even doing the whole hand gestures anymore. They were just waiting anxiously.
Yeah.
Oh.
Their whole thing was just to give him the chi.
You're right.
Yeah, Poe just left.
It's like, so Oogway can also just leave. I don't like that.
I don't like that it chooses for this movie that... I don't like that he can leave the spirit realm, but it kind of aids a little that he didn't technically possibly die in the first film then. He just chose to leave.
Yep.
That just goes more towards, I think, Oogway's terrible.
A lot of not many characters escape this unscathed. At least the continuing ones, outside of Ping and Tigress. I think those are the only ones that continue over. I guess Lee as well. Since we had him earlier.
Well, I think like Poe's like, can you leave? And he's like, I don't know. I've never tried. I'm like, what do you mean you don't know? We just saw Kyle do it. We know Kyle can do it. We know it's possible. All you have to say is, I haven't tried. That's all you need to say.
Well, actually,
I don't know.
When Kai exploded of chi, where'd those jades go? Because always
that was
way, right?
Oh, they just crossed over.
The whole issue I had.
Are they in the spirit realm? Are all those live ones now dead? Or
Shifu and the Furious 5 got shot out of the spirit realm and back to the reality.
Yeah,
I'm like,
so did Chicken, Croc, and...
Why didn't all the dead ones come back to life? They should have been there. That would have been cool. Exactly. Then they didn't give a reason why some stayed in the spirit realm and why some didn't. It would have been cool to see like a 500-year-old dead guy come back into this universe. That would be interesting. Other than Kyle. But yeah, that's something they didn't tackle. They're just like, oh, well, some belong here, some don't belong here. We'll leave it open-ended, I suppose.
Oogway calls Poe really grown up. I wish the writing supported that but I appreciate the attempt at thematic
Oh,
elements here.
he's older than when the last time he saw him.
Yeah.
He's grown up in that sense.
That is not the implication.
That's not what he meant. But hey, I mean, it's Uguay. We've stated he's not great, so that is what he meant.
That could be what he meant. Probably not. Yeah, the fight with Kyle, where Poe was just doing the whole chit chat taunt that he did earlier, which goes back to what we hinted at talking about of every serious moment being undercut with a joke. Because Kyle's intro on the cliff is supposed to be this menacing thing, like this is your destiny to die here. I'm going to wipe out all the pandas and you, and stuff like that. It's just like, why undercut everything?
And then even as much as I appreciate the joke part of it, like the Kyle appreciating the fact that Poe actually knows who he is knows his titles, by the way, which weren't mentioned in the scroll.
True.
It's
Presumably.
wild that Poe assumes he is stronger because he has a dragon in the spirit realm than Kai, who's been in the spirit realm for 500 years.
Yep, this is I think this is the Gary Stu argument that Crimson brought up earlier, because Poe hardcore falls into that in this film.
Never experienced chi. Didn't even know what it was weeks ago. Who knows the timeline at that point? But didn't even know what it was.
Yeah, at least
weird analogy in my head.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just went with someone going like, "I got a pistol. Never seen a Hammer of Dawn before, but I got a pistol."
I understood that reference.
But yeah, never knew about it. Hasn't used it. Is now the king of chi. He's got the chi staff from Uguay. You know, it's just
he's gonna teach Shifu how to do it.
And it wasn't even Poe's chi. It was other people's chi. It wasn't even his. He lost it once he came back to the mortal realm. He lost it. We don't know how much of that was him. Which is crazy.
You know what? I think you've given me enough info. I'm docking my subjective half a point.
Oh, we're not with the regs part.
Done it.
Half
a point now.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because this is a good series in air quotes.
It was.
It's the franchise is damaged heavily from this.
DreamWorks makes a lot of good #1 movies.
I think
their first movies are pretty darn solid.
Yeah, the first two. I would even go as far as the first two. You know, we got Shrek 2.
Shrek 2 is good.
Exactly.
How to Train Your Dragon is
How to Train Your Dragon
right.
2 is, not as good.
That's okay.
Madagascar 2, that's okay.
That one's okay too. Yeah.
Listen, they do a lot of good twos. I think my favorite trilogy is probably still How to Train Your Dragon, even though the third one is flawed. I still think it does its thematic work much better than this one.
Oh, I know a terrible 2 they did. Megamind.
Okay, that was Peacock. I blame Peacock for that, not DreamWorks.
Oof.
But you're not wrong.
No. Danny Hoosers.
Let's see.
Anybody have anything else?
I do. A couple more. I had a snarky remark regarding the dragon fight. I wrote, Gary Stu Poe knows how to fight in dragon form, but couldn't roll down a hill.
Ooh, good point.
Shots fired that are not untrue.
Yeah, that was just stupid. And then way earlier, I forgot to mention, because you guys were talking about like favorite scenes, and the father scene is my second favorite scene. My favorite scene is the Kyle fight at the temple. I felt like he was a threat there. It felt foreboding. I don't know. It had good energy. I liked the lighting, the green at night with his weapon and the soul stealing. It all.
Yeah, it's cool that Crane can emit smoke from his wings.
Yeah, I didn't know why Crane was able to be Viper so easily. because I feel like Viper would do pretty well. But that's fine. Pass over that. But that was probably my favorite scene. Visually cool, felt foreboding. Good stuff for that.
I learned in this that they edited the trailer differently from that scene.
They did a Marvel?
They did, with Kai like coming out of the smoke with his weapons. In the movie, you can see Mantis and Crane in the shot. In the trailer, they're not there.
Ah, yeah. You don't want to spoil that they've been taken.
They've been jaded.
Jaded, yeah.
I think I enjoyed that Kyle fight scene as well. I think that it got thrown. I lost its what I was going for when they focused a little too literally on the statue. I guess like it falling and toppling over.
I liked that.
I think the image is great.
Smashing, the slow-mo.
The decapitated head in the center.
Yeah. I would have liked some villagers seeing the head there in shock.
Yeah.
There was nobody in the village. But I quite liked the imagery, all in all.
Yeah. I think I might have just went along a little too long for me. But again, I have no objective issue with that scene overall.
I think it's it went a little longer. I can see that, writer, but I think it's good because it actually shows like a physical defeat now, and not a spiritual one. Like
I said, I don't have an objective one with it, so I agree. I think it's well done.
All right. Let's talk about how long it takes Poe to turn into Jade. It takes for freaking ever.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, everybody else is instant.
Only answer I had for that was that he's the Dragon Warrior.
That's pretty much
answer, but that's the only thing I can think of.
He has this thing called protagonist powers, Crimson.
Yeah. He's more than a master.
But I agree.
He's the best in Dragon Warrior. Yeah, that was terrible. More bashing on Oogway.
Ooh, I'm almost down for that.
Bothered the heck out of me that he said Poe is his true successor. I'm like, okay, screw Shifu, I guess. That bothered me so much. And now with the context of Oogway pretty much made Poe, I was like, oh, what a punk. You know?
Just
successing himself.
That ties like Kylon to Tigress of Shifu. If it's Poe to Shifu from Oogway.
I suppose that can be a parallel that could be made, yeah. Because Shifu should be the appointed head guy.
No, absolutely.
The successor. But no.
But he goes to Poe, hey, can you teach me?
Yeah.
Just for the teaching thing, which was not Shifu's original idea of what was going to happen.
It's like John Walker earning the Captain America shield throughout the course of that show, and somehow he doesn't end up with it.
Ooh, the word there that failed was earning.
I stand by what I said.
He had quite a lot of accolades.
Yeah, Crimson, you heard what I said.
He was highly decorated.
Just because you're a Russell fan doesn't... No.
He jumped on a grenade 3 times. All right, okay. We'll leave that for another horrible day.
We're never covering that, please.
Oh,
please,
yeah.
audience, don't make us do that.
You have a clue. We certainly could.
It's possible.
Film 2's out there. Anything's out there.
Oh, man. Also, I wrote out there, finding out Poe was pretty much a creation of Oogway. I just thought of the Forerunners and the Librarian.
What is the difference between Oogway and God, my friend? Tell me.
Nothing. Well, I mean, Oogway doesn't physically create things. I guess
technically, the writers are the god of Oogway.
You're right.
So, that next movie, the 4th one, they'll just give him new power.
Yeah.
You'll have time travel next movie.
Let's see. What else did I have? I guess a question, because we haven't seen the 4th one yet. Do you guys think the pandas have moved out of the secluded village and into
I think so. I think it's diversed more amongst the land of where pandas are.
It's possible.
Because they're not in hiding. And they're not learning chi like monks or something.
I'm going to be honest, Crimson, I'm not even thinking about that because I just can't bring myself to care enough.
I didn't like the whole ending where they're all like chi masters and revitalize the lands. With,
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, the big
look.
skadoosh.
It's the classic.
Yeah.
You know, the village comes together. It's no longer a secluded power, but we all know what happens if everybody is super. You know, it's just
Yeah,
Did Poe say skadoosh when he did the wishy finger hold?
he did.
Okay, good.
He said it like 3 times because the first one didn't work, and then he tried.
Yeah.
Kept doing it.
Okay, good.
it's how
I
he
was going
ends
to
his
second
fights.
guess that. Okay, I just like second guessed in my head. I'm like, is the only time someone says skadoosh the cosplayer who won the costume contest or whatever?
Yeah, I don't know why they returned either. Weird. Do you guys? We touched on it slightly. Do you guys think Shifu was damaged with his reaction to Poe having the chi staff and being the new successor?
At that point in the movie, no.
No, I find
After all that happened in the temple with the destruction reaction, no.
I don't think that damages it. Well, because it's a joke off the second film where it's like, oh, you learned how to do interpriest at such a young age. You know, for me that was a continuation of that joke. I don't see it as damaging. I've already explained what I think is really character damaging to him in this film. So
Also, wasn't Uguay's staff in the first movie that Tylon breaks, like out of like wood or something, and this one's just a more metal of the same staff, or are these two different staffs?
they're two different staffs. The staff Shifu has is more akin to what Uguay used to use.
No, it's Uguay's old one. You see, it's all wrapped up where it broke.
The wooden one? I thought you were referring to the metal one, Springs.
You're talking about the Yin Yang one or the one Shifu was holding?
Both. The one he gets in this movie, is it connected to the same one he died with in the first movie that gets put up on the mantle?
No, they're completely different staffs.
Okay. Crimson.
I'm lost on staffs now. I mean, the one Shifu's holding is the one that broke.
The one that Shifu's holding is the one that was broken during the fight with Tylon.
Okay.
Got it. Cool. Got it. I'm on the same page now.
Okay.
Okay. See, I was getting lost with it. It sounded like there was like 3 staffs in play here.
I now have a question for everyone here. How in the hell did Lee survive his fight with Shen if he wasn't a fighter?
Well, we don't necessarily know that Lee actually fought Shen, do we? We just knew the village was attacked by the wolves and he fled.
He had a battle hammer in the scene or something. Some sort of
he has a tool when he steps in to throw off a wolf or two, I think. I don't think he...
I think I have a great answer. Dumb luck.
Yeah, that's
Ayo.
Hey, landed on it. Correct answer.
Yeah, I don't know if he was a warrior or just someone trying to defend his family and just took arms. So it is luck that they got away in the first place, because you would think the wolves would be able to smell them and track them and hunt them down, but no.
How much of a problem is it going to cause if the 4th movie has Poe's mom?
Holy cow! Don't even wish that into existence.
No. I will let you know if that happens. I will watch up until that point, and I will do the podcast up until that point. But at that point, I will walk off.
Well, that's interesting.
All right, we'll see if that rings true. Let's hope not. Let's hope she does not come back.
I'll be really annoyed.
Yeah, ditto.
Yeah.
I mean, that would undercut the entire second film.
It'll make the 4th film worse.
Yeah.
It would. I agree.
I didn't realize Kung Fu Panda franchise was more inclined to what Twilight did than I thought. Of this whole next movie makes problems that don't connect to the previous films.
Yeah. Only the franchise starts out pretty decently.
But then, hey, this is an example of 2 right now. I haven't seen the 4th one.
Yeah, and this happens with most franchises. I mean, Harry Potter's huge victim of introducing things later that
where the time.
why
turner
wasn't
goes.
this in the previous? Exactly. So it happens with a lot of large franchises with world building that is complicated world building.
Yeah.
I don't know if I think Hunger Games is actually fairly clean with that, but I haven't seen that in a while.
And so is
Hunger Games is pretty clean.
And so is Lord of the Rings. But to be fair to that, the author spent 30 years world building for it. So
yeah. Lord of the Rings, just the 3 movies. I'm assuming that the writer
Rings of Power,
cleaning the air.
Yeah,
checking.
I do mean just the 3 movies. Yeah, I specified Lord of the Rings. I don't think I need to add anything more to that.
Well, one could say Lord of the Rings is the whole franchise. No one says Middle Earth, I guess, for that stuff.
That's true. Lord of the Rings is usually all encompassing.
Yeah. People go, "Hey, you seen Rings of Power? You know that Lord of the Rings show?" But it's not called Lord of the.
Everyone just refers to it as Rings of Power, and everyone just refers to The Hobbit as The Hobbit. So I never really added them all together. Whenever I do, I actually do call it Middle Earth.
Oh.
Yeah, funny enough, but that just might be a me thing. I might be in the minority for that because
that might be a you thing. Yeah. I don't know. Let us know down in the comments about a Middle Earth question in this coverage of Kung Fu Panda 3.
Yeah.
Crimson, did you have any more points?
There was one I've been looking at my notes and I can't find it, so maybe I was just thinking of it. But I felt like there was one really obvious undercut joke bit that I hated, but I don't have. I couldn't find it anywhere. No. No, that was the one. But since I couldn't find it, no, I guess I'm pretty good.
Okay. Panda asthma, is that? I know it's a joke, but is like that poking at? It's poking fun because they don't have a way around it. They use it as an excuse.
They made it a consistent character trait, so every time that they are climbing stairs, they need to take a minute to breathe.
True, but when someone's out of breath, they don't go just, "Oh, I have asthma."
Yeah,
like that's not what out of breath is.
The joke is that it's Panda specific. At least that's their intention.
Yeah, okay. I'm just saying they don't have inhalers to like fix it.
I agree.
It's just an excuse word.
Yes.
Yeah, it's probably just another real world joke thrown in.
All right.
Okie doke. Ryder, did you have any other last points in your notes?
I do not. I think I got them all out.
Alrighty. Well, so do I. So with that, everybody, let's go to summaries and ratings. Let us begin with, such power I hold. It's like I have a bunch of chi. Let's go with Crimson.
So I will start with my subjective, which was difficult. I had to go back into the records to compare things. I was bouncing between 2, being 3.5 and a 4. I was not a fan of this film. I felt like it betrayed the previous 2 films, assassinated some characters. The humor in this one didn't really land with me as much as the other ones. My favorite stuff in here was Kyle. I think he was a cool villain, even though they didn't let him be a full-out intimidating villain as he should have been. But he had good scenes, I think. And I like the concept. J.K. Simmons
was fun too.
Yeah. And I like the concept of a villain retrieving the best of the best to fight in his own personal army. It's cool. Unfortunately, his army sucked. The worst masters ever, unfortunately.
Zombie brand.
Yeah. So that kind of took the fun out of the climax of the zombie army battle. So I am placing it at a 3.5. There might be some weird, like, really, you think it's better than this or worse than this? But it's in there somewhere. We'll put 3.5. Objectively, as I kind of hinted at with my subjective, lots of issues. Chi, as a whole, introduces so many issues. I think the best fix for it is the Chi village pandas all got wiped out by Kyle. And this new village is all refugees from Shen's reign of terror, which still invites coincidence of them all convening into one location and not being tracked by Shen. I think that's the best faith. But we have nothing showing that Kyle killed all the pandas. So that is all assumptions. I feel like almost every character was damaged. I think Ping made it out good and even better than the previous two. They actually added to him with his dynamic with Lee. I mean, they even damaged Croc, who was barely a character in the first one. One of his few traits is having respect and listening to Shifu, and in this one gets a message from Shifu and ignores it. The Masters all get dumbed down. Crane and Mantis get dumbed down just so he has a monologue to Crane for the audience's sake. It's not good. All the Masters are terrible at fighting, so much so that they lose to kids with firecrackers and a ribbon dancer, an old panda, and a hugging panda. It's an embarrassment. It's horrendous. Poe turns into a Gary Stew. I think we might have touched on that in one of the early films, but we said he wasn't because he actually worked up to his training. But in this, he didn't even train Chi. The one time he attempted it, it gets cut off, and they never bring it back. We just get the stand-in fighting dummy. And then boom, he's the master of Chi because everyone gave it to him. The introduction of the Chi Circle really leaves issues of what is death, as the writer brought up, which I'll leave more for his breakdown. Oogway has been utterly eviscerated here. He set up the dominoes. Anyone who has died earlier to prop up Poe to be in the scenario is on Oogway. Oogway could have done other things like setting up Chi circles, teaching people Chi to combat Kyle when his inevitable return would be. Didn't go that route. He disrespects Shifu by appointing Poe as his true successor. And it's just not great. It's really unfortunate. I think Shifu was also damaged by not training Poe properly on how to be a teacher, just throwing him in the deep end, humbling him when he didn't need to be humbled because he didn't think he could do it in the first place. Poe was butchered everywhere. The whole playing with the relics at the temple was horrendous. Him getting no repercussions from Shifu for that action, not great. So overall, I think this is just littered with issues. Even the stylized art that this franchise has been good with, and I will be referencing the Panda montage at the end, even that isn't up to snuff with its previous iterations. And then just the blanket statement animation is fine. It matches the others. I don't think it revolutionizes anything. And that's probably the best thing it's got is its animation. The writing's horrendous. So I'm giving this 4.5.
All right. A 4 subjective, or sorry, 3.5 subjective. You enjoyed Mars Needs Moms more.
Yep.
Got
and
it.
I did look for that.
Yeah. This is on par with Chip and Dale for you.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's go. Let's go with writer next.
All right. I'll start with my subjective. I have seen this film before. I think I've talked about it a few times. I didn't like it then. Don't like it now. It's because for me it was too much of a drop as far as what made the previous films good. This lacks a lot of what makes those films really good in my mind, and really fun and enjoyable. The comedy was too much. The comedy wasn't great. It didn't make me laugh. Lacked a lot of the more weighty fights. It's just I was sapped of my enjoyment when I watched it the first time, and I still felt sapped of enjoyment watching it again for the podcast. I'm at a 3. Objectively, let's go with plot first. The plot is strung along by conveniences and character flaws or character inconsistencies and world building problems. I don't even nor to begin when it comes to that. It's a mess. I think the most obvious egregious stuff, it might be more the less obvious egregious stuff would be the pacing. Tiger is just appearing at the village right after she disappears. That is a pacing and plot issue. Um, I think Kyle's subsequent taking forever to get there, also an issue. Um, I think there are maybe two scenes that I think work really well with characters in this film, and I've talked about them. But they're good because they prop up the characters in them. Like, in those characters are the ones that remain undamaged for the most part. I do like they at least try to pay homage to the fact that Poe is continuing his relationship with Tigris' friendship, in the sense of, like, yep, he trusts Tigris' advice, which is why he ultimately gives in that scene. And those two scenes for me are like the biggest highlight of what this film could have been. Kyle's worthless as a villain. I like the concept of him. I don't think they do anything about him well, unfortunately. Again, that's the bad timing on the comedy being a really big fucking problem in this film. It undermines a lot of this what would be serious character moments. And now I'm gonna start rambling. So let's just do this by character. Poe, assassinated thoroughly. I think the biggest indication of that is what's done at the temple when he's just playing around with his dad's and destroying all the kung fu stuff. The stuff that he theoretically still worships, even though he's on the job there. I think every kung fu master was dumbed down. Shifu is greatly damaged, I think, by trying to more or less humiliate Poe. I think it's a reckless endangerment of his students because they clearly could die with what they're doing. I think there's not really much to say about Viper and Monkey because I really had no notes to add for the two of them, other than that Monkey is the one that remembers Tigris' orders from Ping. Tigris, I think, doesn't really get much added to her, but I think there's a lot of implied growth in between the friendship with Poe and Tigris. They have an established rapport where they trust each other enough to criticize each other and listen to each other's advice, which I do like. Lee is a okay addition to the cast. I think Lee is comes off as much better character than I think he normally would be. Thanks to Mr. Ping, who I think Crimson already said comes across as better in this film with the dynamic he gets with him. We have a lot of world building introducers that are introduced with Lee. We have a lot of world building introducers that are brought in with the reintroduction of Chi and Oogway. Oogway along with it. It's a mess, this film overall. Oogway, I think, is a character assassinated. We had a long, lengthy debate over that, so I won't restate it all here. I was bouncing between a 3.5 and a 2.5. What would hold this up to me, I think, at a 3.5 is if those scenes were better supported by what's around them. Because you can't do scenes in isolation. Like, I can't give you an A grade because you got 2 questions correct on a test, if that makes sense. So I don't think I'm gonna give it too much credit for that. I think I'm at a 3. Possibly I can go lower though. So 3 for me on objective as well.
One more thing I forgot to mention on mine. Oogway's ability to interact outside of the spirit realm causes a lot of big issues. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay. So that leaves me. I'll start with my sub to go with the two of you, and hopefully I'll save the time of repeating. You both gave wonderful points to your ratings. My subjectivity did go down 0.5 point. I have it finally as a 4. I had it at 4.5. It's there was a lot of me questioning decisions in this movie, which really tarnished my enjoyment. Where I couldn't just like sit and watch it. It was a lot of like, why'd this happen? Why is this the goal? Why is this where it's going? Which didn't give me like mystery questions like, ooh, where could this go kind of thing. It's more like, why was that decision made? So it was more negative light for me. And it did get it worse than the second movie. But even I know I'm in the minority of how low I have my score of Kung Fu Panda 2 subjectively, but still I have this as a 4. Objectively, the character, world building, and plot are all very surface level top things of basic, and it's very hollow. We've done the whole pod. We talked about how hollow this movie is, and I think those are the biggest flaws of the movie. However, I think the animation looks really good. I think the voice acting's very well done, especially the incorporation of the new characters such as J.K. Simmons as Kyle and Bryan Cranston as Lee. I think they both did very well roles. And then let's see, the score. I think Hans Zimmer did it. The score is nice. I like Kai's theme. It is overplayed, I think, a bit because like every scene of him, it's there of like this is Kai's time to talk kind of thing. But I play that more into the pacing of like this is his time, this is post time, back and forth, and especially the end fight where it's like your turn, my turn, done. But I do like it, especially how minimalistic it sounds. I like so I like that. The lighting I think is good. In the parts, my favorite. I still really like the lighting bouncing off of Payne and Lee and their talk they have. But the only thing that I have like middle ground is the artistic choice of the montage lighting and choices for that. I'm sure there's a reasoning, but it doesn't. It's very different than the previous movies, so it stood out. Let's see. I always forget something. The cinematography is fine. It's very. When we cover animations, it's difficult for me to do cinematography coverage on them because for me it's very storyboard and chosen from the get-go, whereas even though storyboard is in live action, it still has more creative liberties, I think, of a cinematographer to do things in an instance to try things out for the final cut and version. And animation, if you tried doing that, you would have wasted so much money getting rid of an animation you're not going to use. But I think the shots that they do have is very decent and clean. There are some creative ones. We pointed out the whole Master Dolphin fight would have been cool if he's like under the ice water and they shot upwards of like that. That would have been real cool, but they didn't go with that approach because it's not in the movie at all. I always forget something, but overall, I think it has some bigger highs of a movie made than the lows it holds. And I was dancing with the numbers after watching it for my first time. It could change for the recap, but right now I'm settled with a 6.5 for my objective.
Interesting. I was expecting a 5.5 out of that. All right. I agree with Kyle's theme, by the way. I never mentioned that in the pod, but I did like his theme.
My opinion is also the exact same in the sense of I like theme, overused.
Yeah.
The reason I think it's overused is because it's like the only like big iconic one in the movie. Everything else like fits with the movie and what they're going with, but his is the only one that's like a theme.
Like it stands.
Like there's no Poe theme that plays.
It follows him around. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, audience. Well, shall I read us out, gentlemen?
I think so.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, audience, for listening, whether it be Spotify, Amazon, CastBox, Good Pods, iHeartRadio, Podcast, and Samsung. And if you happen to be in our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble, thank you for watching there, seeing our PNG doer slideshows. Feel free to like, comment, subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. As always, I have been a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.